Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliament for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, the prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Amen. Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, good morning. As you are aware, council business takes precedence on the order paper. However, I would like to adjust the order paper to allow the report of the Agriculture Committee to be presented immediately after the first reading of the two bills. This because we have stakeholders who were with us in this gallery since yesterday. Second, I have good news for you. Today from 4:30 p.m., we have one of our staff whose name is Eala, who has good news for you. You can maybe go to her office. She's there waiting for you.
Item number 3 on the order paper, laying of papers, starting with Roman 1, report of the Committee on Legal.
Chair of Committee on Legal, Rules and Privileges.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the report of the Committee on Legal, Rules and Privilege on the domestication of EAC treaty and the laws of the treaty protocols and laws of the community by the Republic of South Sudan. I beg to lay.
Still on item number 3, laying of papers, Roman 2, report of the Committee on Communication.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment, lay your report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment, I wish to lay a report on the oversight activity of our Commission on the trade facilitation in the East African region ports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, which was done between the 4th to the 9th of February. I beg to lay, sir.
Item number 4, the East African Community Sexual and Reproductive Health Bill 2024 for first reading by way of motion.
Honorable Kennedy Mukulia to move the motion. Next item. Is he around?
Item number 5 on the order paper. The East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2024 for first reading by way of motion.
Honorable Bahati to
Procedure, Honorable Speaker, procedure.
yes, Honorable Kimgai.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know why I'm sitting. I'm not seeing the report of the Committee of the Legals and the report of the Committee of the CTI and even the bill that are going to be read for the first time.
Maybe you have not been here before. Maybe you can check on your friends. They will help you. Well, no more with papers.
Item number 5 on the order paper. First reading of the East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2024 for first reading by way of motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move a motion that East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2024 be read for the first time.
Do you have seconders? Dr. Oda, Dr. Honorable Clement, Honorable Olivier, Matthias, Dangiza, and others, and Katwamba and others. Thank you.
The East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2024 has been read for the first time.
I refer the bill to the Committee on General Purpose Committee, GP. Is Honorable Mukulia around?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Chair of the Committee of General Purpose, I move a motion that the East African Community Sexual and Reproductive Health Bill of 2004 be read for the first time. I beg to move.
Do you have seconders? Honorable Ndangiza, Honorable Katwamba, Honorable Victor, and the others.
The East African Community Sexual and Reproductive Health Bill 2024 has been read for the first time.
The bill is referred to the GP committee.
Item number 7 on the order paper. Item number 7, as adjusted on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess policies and laws on GMOs in the EAC region. Motion.
Chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and the Natural Resources.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand in on behalf of Honorable Humikisa Francois, the chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, who is attending a very important event back home. And we say, may the soul of her brother rest in eternal peace. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me move this motion. I move the motion that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess policies and laws on genetically modified organisms in the East African region be adopted. I beg to move.
Seconders, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Gabriel, Honorable Balada, Honorable Dangiza, and others.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg if I can use this on my.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to assure my colleague that I will not read an hour or 2 hours report. I'll be reading a summary. Of course, agricultural committee reports are always voluminous sometimes, but our committee has made, the committee clerks have made a very tremendous job. They made it to become very much easier. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is how I shall be doing the summary. I will take us from part of page 5 up to part of page 7. For us, we have the report on the soft copy. I'll also take us on page 19 to page 22 and annex 2. I will not be taking us through the specific findings from all the partner states, starting from part of page 7 up to page 19, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the report was, the activity was conducted in 6 partner states. That is the Republic of South Sudan, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Uganda, the Republic of Rwanda, the Republic of Burundi, and the United Republic of Tanzania from the 4th to 9th of February, 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that East African region has a huge potential and capacity to produce enough food for consumption and a light surplus for exports to the world market, it is still affected by food shortages and pockets of hunger. Among the notable challenges to the production of sufficient food in the East African region include a low and unstable production and productivity occasioned by over-reliance on rain-fed agricultural production systems. B, low usage of agriculture production, enhancing inputs such as artificial fertilizers, improved seeds, agrochemicals, and veterinary drugs. And C, inappropriate and low adoption of production technologies by farmers due to weak research, extension services, and farmers' linkages. Genetically modified organisms is one of the available technologies used to increase food production and productivity in the region. But what is this genetically modified organism? The Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to the Convention on Biological Diversity defines the genetically modified organisms, which are also known as living modified organisms, to mean any living organism that possesses a novel combination of genetic materials obtained through the use of modern biotechnology. It is reported that biotechnology has played a great role in increasing global crop production and productivity in sustainable way, and also by conserving biodiversity biodiversity. The influence of GM technology of GM crops shown an increase in productivity, even though the profitability was higher in developed countries than developing countries. New genetically modified crops are being developed in order to reduce the use of agricultural inputs such as pesticides and artificial fertilizers. However, there has been debate all over the world on the benefits and negative impacts of genetically modified organisms. The debate has caused countries to adopt various strategies to control or manage GMOs, including limiting their availability within their territories, while others allow them with strictly or less control. Companies and institutions involved in developing GM food claim that benefits outweigh risks, with assurances that detailed tests are carried out before GMOs are released commercially. They further claim that GMOs will revolutionize food production, making agriculture more efficient and thereby helping to solve the world's food crisis. Modified to withstand disease and pest, the new crops are a dream come true for farmers in constant battle with natural enemies. Stronger crops need less chemicals like pesticides and herbicides, themselves a significant environmental problem. Based on the need to have food security in the East African region, has provided for by the treaty, and the ongoing global debate on the need to embrace GMOs. The Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources decided to undertake an assessment of policies and laws of the partner states of Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, and Tanzania with regard to GMOs from the 4th to 9th February 2024. The Democratic Republic of Congo was still finalizing her election processes, which took place in December 2023 during the undertaking of this activity. Therefore, during the undertaking of this activity, the committee decided to undertake a similar activity in DRC in the future. Objective of this study, of this activity, the objective of this activity include to assess policies and laws of partner states on GMOs, and B, to make appropriate recommendations to the Council of Ministers. The methodology. In carrying out this activity, the committee employed various methods, which included the following: review of literature on the GMOs, administration of a 10-question standardized checklist with subsequent requested information from the 6 partner states. These were from the general situation of food production in the partner states, partner state policies on GMOs, laws and regulations of the partner states on GMOs, the research undertaken in the partner states on GMOs, the need of GMOs food products in the partner states, contribution of GMOs food products in the partner states, if allowed, companies registered in the partner state dealing with GMOs, how are GMOs food products managed or controlled in the partner states, opinion on whether EAC partner states should harmonize their policies and laws on GMOs, and what EAC should do with regards to GMOs. Diving the committee into three, we divided the committee into 3 subcommittees to enable engagement with as many stakeholders as possible within the allocated time. For example, one subcommittee went to Kampala, Uganda, and then Kigali in Rwanda, and then the other one was in Bujumbura, Burundi, and Dodoma in United Republic of Tanzania, and the other one was in Juba, South Sudan, and also Nairobi, Kenya. Meetings, interactions with and interaction with the various stakeholders from both public ministries responsible for East African Community Affairs, agriculture, food and security, livestock, health, environment, natural resources, trade, industry, science and technology, agriculture, development, research institutions, commissions for science and technology, food, nutrition institutions, consultancy and research institutions, and private civil society organizations, farmers, organizations, seeds companies, and traders, food security and nutrition organizations, environment organizations, animal keeping organizations in the capitals of the aforementioned 6 partner states. The list of the institutions participated in the activity in each partner state is annexed in Annex 1. There are several, almost 4 annexes there. Nobody will read them, but you'll read them, honorable members. Honorable members, I beg your indulgence, as mentioned before, from this page 7 up to 19, I will not be reading, but you take a keen look on the specific findings there in terms of tables. Let me go straight to page 19. That will take us up to page 22. So this page 19, part of page 19 is finding from, this is exact summaries, but there's one finding from the ESTECO. ESTECO is an institution that is promoting science and technology in our region. So ESTECO informed the committee that it has developed the East African bioeconomy strategy, which has adopted by the sectoral council on education, science and technology, culture and sports in 2022, and is now being implemented. So the strategy is anchored on 4 thematic areas, namely food security and sustainable agriculture, 2, health and well-being, 3, bio-based industrial development, and 4, sustainable energy. ESTECO further informed the committee that it plans to develop the East African Community Regional Biotechnology and Biosafety Policy in the next financial year, 2024-2025. Summary of the finding. That is 4.3. Arising from table 1 and 2 above, the committee made the following summaries. General situation on food production in the partner states. The committee found that there is generally food insufficiency in the EAC partner states. The United Republic of Tanzania reported to have sufficient food production. On the other hand, there is growing population and continuous decline in yields of production of food in all partner states. 4.3.2, partner state policies on GMOs. The committee found that it is only the Republic of Kenya that has specific policies on GMOs. For other partner states, some issues of GMOs are mentioned or guided by other policies which mainly focus on control of GMOs. 4.3.3, partner states laws and regulations on GMOs. The Republic of Kenya and the Republic of Rwanda have specific laws for GMOs, biosafety laws. So the Republic of Uganda is in the process of enacting a specific law on GMOs as the parliament is considering comments made by the president on the previous versions of the bill. In all partner states, some aspects of GMOs are regulated by other laws, especially on environment. 4.3.4, research undertaken in the partner states on GMOs. Most partner states reported to have undertaken research on GMOs. Some of the research projects are completed, others are ongoing, while others stop because of the lack of funds. However, some stakeholders are of the view that there is need for research by independent researchers to avoid possible interference from various interested groups. 4.3.5, the need of GMOs, GMO food products in the partner states. So the Republic of Kenya, Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Uganda reported the need to adopt GMO food to ensure food security and industrial development. The Republic of Kenya was ready to adopt the BT maize, but the process was stopped by a court order. The Republic of Burundi, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of South Sudan reported that there is no need for GMO food products at the movement. 4.3.6 contribution of GMO food products in the partner states. At the moment, there is no partner state that allows GMO food product. However, the Republic of Uganda approved the importation and use of processed food products, including nutrient-rich preparations from GMO. Moreover, the recent enactment of a law in Rwanda, and if the court order in Kenya is lifted, it is possible that we are going to have GMO food production in the East African community. 4.3.7 companies registered in the partner states dealing with GMOs emanating from the current partner states policies and laws on GMOs. Only one company is registered in Kenya that engage with the BT cotton. So 4.3.8, how GMO food products managed controlled in the partner states. The Republic of Kenya and Rwanda have a legal framework in place for management control of GMOs food products. However, their effectiveness is not yet known because they are not yet enforced. 4.3.9, opinion on whether EAC partner states should harmonize their policies on and laws on GMOs. Generally, partner states are looking for harmonized policies and laws on GMOs in the EAC. So the challenge is that only Kenya has a specific policy and law in place. Rwanda has a law as well. So what EAC should do with regard to GMOs, all partner states are looking forward to EAC to spearhead the undertaking of independent studies, harmonization of policies and laws, and promotion of intra-EAC trade. It is the responsibility of East African community to ensure that partner states work together on this matter. The ESTICO is planning to develop the East African regional biotechnology and biosafety policy in the next financial year. So it is important to involve partner states right from the beginning to ensure that the policy is owned by all partner states. Observation, general observation, the committee made the following observations. GMOs are part of the bigger area of biotechnology, which include first generation, the fermentation, tissue culture, the second generation, molecular makers, and the third generation modern genetic engineering and genes editing. So the conventional crop production is still the dominant method of food production in all partner states. However, this mode of food production is facing a number of challenges, including climate change, increased crop and animal diseases, diminishing arable land due to increase in population, and the continuing low yields of agricultural products. There is still disagreement among the stakeholders in all partner states, as it is all over the world, on whether GMO food products should be adopted. One of the causes of debate is the disagreement among scientists all over the world on the benefits and negative impacts of GMOs. That is number 4. There is misinformation and confusion on what are GMOs and misunderstanding on their benefits and negative impact. Number 5, partner states have different policies and laws and positions with regard to GMO. Number 6, the existence of different policies and laws on GMOs among partner states will definitely have negative effect on the intra-EAC trade. Number 7, East African community partner states have enough scientists who can undertake research and studies which will help the community to make informed decisions and prepare its positions on GMOs. Number 8, various stakeholders, including small and large-scale farmers, seeds companies, traders, and consumers have different interests and fears about GMOs. Number 9, there is no networking forum for researchers working on GMOs in different partner states. Number 10, while a number of research are conducted in the partner states, there is a problem in the dissemination and access to the research findings. Number 11, one of the major concerns about GMO is their possible adverse effect on the indigenous or local seeds. Number 12, partner states should put more effort in preserving, developing, and improving the indigenous local seeds. Recommendations. Based on the above findings and analysis, the committee recommends to the Assembly to hire the Council of Ministers to 1, direct partner states to undertake research on GMOs for the purpose of addressing all the fears and concerns raised by the different stakeholders. Number 2, direct partner states to finance research undertaken in their respective countries instead of depending on multinational companies and other development partners. Number 3, direct partner states to disseminate correct, reliable, and understandable information to all stakeholders on GMOs, including the findings from research already completed. Number 4, direct partner states to take into account interests and fears of all stakeholders, including small and large-scale farmers, seed companies, traders, and consumers. Number 5, direct partner states to protect indigenous or local seeds and develop them for enhanced productivity. Number 6, directs the EAC Secretariat and institutions to coordinate researchers in undertaking joint research and sharing of research findings on GMOs. And number 7, direct the EAC Secretariat to spearhead dialogue among partner states to discuss all issues relating to GMO for the purpose of reaching to a common position that will lead to harmonize policies and laws in the East African community. Conclusion, the assessment of policies and laws in the East African partner states on GMO attracted interesting debate among stakeholders, which broadened the committee understanding and knowledge on the subject matter. There are still disagreements among the stakeholders on the benefits and risks associated with GMOs. This situation poses challenges to policymakers and legislature in coming with the policies and laws on GMOs. This calls for further research and public awareness to enable the community reach a common position. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Gideon. Do you have to justify it? No?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we go straight.
Very good.
Yeah.
Honorable members, the motion that we have on the floor is that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and the Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess policies and laws on genetically modified organisms in the East African Community region be adopted. Debate is open. Of course, members who are not with the committee should be recognized. And we have Honorable Clement, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Saidi Kibeya, Honorable Fatima Dangiza, Honorable Caroline, and Honorable Sankok. But I repeat, those who are from Agriculture Committee would speak later. And they'll have 3 minutes when others will have 5 minutes. So, clerk, give me the list. We'll start with Honorable Clement, then Honorable Sankok, then Honorable Caroline.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to support the report well elaborated. The report done by the members of the committee on the assessment of policy and the laws on genetically modified organisms in the EAC partner states. Right Honorable Speaker, GMOs food ensure food security and industrial development. That is very important in our community, in the EAC partner state. I would like to say that I have very few questions on this report. It is only 2. On page 7, table number 1, reports from the Republic of Burundi, Republic of Kenya, and United Republic of Tanzania. As far as the Republic of Kenya is concerned, why the growth of the agriculture sector in Kenya has not matched the food requirement of the country. It is on page 7. The second one is on page 11 of the present report. GMO's food products are not allowed in URT and Burundi. As far as Kenya is concerned, no GMO's food production because of the court order. That is understandable. What are the reasons in Burundi and URT for not having GMO's food products? I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Clement. Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I want to support this report, Honorable Speaker. But even before I do that, Honorable Speaker, I think there is a dress code for our assembly, because it's the August House. And I see Honorable Victor is not properly dressed for this assembly, Honorable Speaker. So I seek you enlarge. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Victor only.
Honorable is not properly dressed. He does not have a tie.
A tie?
Yes, it's true.
Maybe.
It's in properly dressed according to our rules and procedures. No, don't worry. I have the Mandarin call.
Honorable Victor, maybe you can address.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Is it in order for the Honorable Sankok to attack me in this house? Even him, he's not putting a tie. This is traditional suit called Kaunda that is allowed.
Yes.
See behind you.
Another terrain.
I am in Annex 4, the dress code. And we have the dress code for the speaker. And we have the dress code for honorable members, for gentlemen, and for ladies. And for gentlemen, the rules say that they should be decently and smartly dressed, meaning coat, blazer, shirt, tie, long trousers, socks, and shoes. B, safari suit, short or long sleeved. C, decent national dresses of any of the partner states of the EAC. D, decent traditional or religious attire. E, service uniforms. I think that we can let him with us. Maybe next time.
That Honorable Speaker, we are wasting time. The honorable member is not in order.
Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Though the t-shirt is not part of our dress code according to Annex 4. Honorable Speaker, coming to the report from my good friend Gatpan and his committee, I do support this report. GMO, of course, in Kenya, were not allowed because of the court order. And it is not allowed in the United Republic of Tanzania and other members of the partner states of East African Community. And the problem is not actually GMOs per se, because it is being used all over the world. These are genetically modified organisms. And Honorable Speaker, any slight mistake will bring problem to our health and even bring problem to the whole of the ecosystem. Honorable Speaker, because you may be able to know the living organisms that are in the world, you may not actually know why did God have to put this organism in this particular place with a genetic sequence of such a nature. Like you may ask yourself, why are hyenas available and they are only attacking our goats and sheep, livestock, and so on. But they are biological cabbage collectors in our forests. Wherever maybe there are deaths due to transmissible diseases like anthrax, it is actually they are genetically made in such a way that they are not affected by such disease, and they help in clearing the environment. Now, those are the ones that were created by God. But when it is come to a creation of human being, modifying the genetic sequence, Honorable Speaker, it requires laws and it requires implementation to the latter of what have been scientifically studied and made sure that it will not have counter effect to our population and to our whole ecosystem. Honorable Speaker, again, we don't see the rush, the need for the rush in East African community for the genetically modified food, because we have 1.4 billion acres of land. We are blessed by God, we don't have a desert. The worst we have is an arid area or semi-arid areas. But for the whole of East African community, the 1.4 billion acres is arable either for use of agriculture, for use of livestock rearing, or for use of forestry. So, Honorable Speaker, the rush to introduce GMO, it seems we don't have the need for it as per now. Some countries have subdivided their land into a quarter of a land. They have become literally overpopulated. Hence, the need to produce more food to feed the populations. But for us using the normal agriculture, the normal crops, food crops, we are able to feed our population because we are not all that overpopulated. Countries like in the Middle East, they are in desert. They have all the reason to introduce genetically modified foods so that they can be able to feed their population because there is shortage of food. But for us, there is shortage of regulations to assist farmers to be able to produce enough food to be able to feed our population. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I don't see the rush, but we have to harmonize, because for us to be able to have the common market pillar implemented, we have all of us as East African Community member states to be in the same page. There is no way Kenya can allow GMOs. United Republic of Tanzania does not allow, and we think we can do business in the common market because our citizens don't have machines. They don't work with machines to be able to ascertain if this one is genetically modified maize or not genetically modified maize. Honorable Speaker, we need to harmonize for us to allow our common citizen to join us in the common market protocol for them to be able to trade across borders. Otherwise, if we keep on as the allies talking about GMOs, non-GMOs, and we don't harmonize within our member states, then we are doomed. That is why I asked the Committee on Agriculture to be able even to come with a bill, to come up with a bill so that we can harmonize, because this is the regional body that make laws. The National Assembly of Kenya will make laws as per Kenya. The National Assembly of Uganda will make laws as per Uganda. But we need to have laws that are regional laws, and it can only be made by this house, because this is the house that is given the mandate constitutionally and using our treaty to make laws for the whole region. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sankok. Now, Honorable Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I want to declare from the onset that I'm a member of the committee, and I wanted to add some information that may help with the debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, this oversight activity was a learning journey for all of us in the committee. We went to the oversight with mixed feelings, and understanding that while the EAC region has the capacity to produce enough food for consumption within the region and export to the rest of the world, it is still affected by food shortages because of the challenges that have already been enumerated by Honorable Gideon. And that this monster, in quotes, GMOs, was one of the available technologies being used to increase food production and productivity around the world. I say monster because we all have concerns about the potential risks of GMOs, as Honorable Sankok has elaborated. Mr. Speaker, sir, the stakeholders educated us on a number of things. First, that GMOs are only one type of biotechnology and that we should be talking about biotechnology rather than limiting ourselves to GMOs. And I liked the fact that some of the presentations did not even refer to GMOs in the title, but instead talked about it in the context of biotechnology. Second, that biotechnology is as old as the time of Jesus Christ or before Christ. The first generation includes fermentation and tissue culture. People do not have any problem with that first generation biotechnology because it has always been with us. The second generation biotech includes molecular markers to detect pathogenic agents and is similarly non-controversial. It is the third generation modern biotechnology, which includes, of course, GMOs, genetic engineering, gene editing, that is the source of controversy. Modern biotechnology techniques can be used to add, delete, edit specific genes to produce a desired variety. Now they are talking about developing genetically modified crops that can withstand natural calamities, pests, and diseases. And such varieties can increase crop yields, lessen the need to use pesticides and insecticides, lift farmers out of poverty, and ensure food security. So in agriculture, biotechnology is being used for mass propagation of clean planting material that through tissue culture techniques, plant disease diagnostics, production of biofertilizers, biological control of pests and diseases. In livestock development, it has been used for diagnostic of animal diseases, artificial insemination, which we all know, and embryo transfer. Environmental biotechnology has the potential to help mitigate pollution by using microbes and their byproducts instead of chemical methods to treat solid, liquid, and gaseous waste. In medicine, biotechnology is being used in the pharmaceutical industry. All of us have been vaccinated, and that is biotechnology. So in sum, biotechnology has been with us since before any of us were born, and it is going to continue to be with us. Modern biotechnology has and is being used to address food insecurity and other global challenges, such as the spread of infectious diseases and environmental degradation. But with the benefits come the risks, including the environmental impacts that Honorable Sankok has talked about of biotechnology processes and products, the potential for genetic manipulation to be misused, ethical considerations around altering genetic makeup of living organisms, because what can heal can also kill. And that's some of the stakeholders were talking about bioterrorism. There is therefore the need of biosafety policies and regulation. Most, if not all, the EAC partner states are signatory to the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. And it is only 2 of the EAC partner states that have a biosafety law. As you have heard, the EAC Science and Technology Commission is planning to develop the EAC Regional Biotechnology and Biosafety Policy in the next financial year. And we are appealing to all partner states to get involved in the process. And finally, we have given several recommendations which Honorable Gideon read out, and I urge all honorable members to support the report. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for those clarifications, Honorable Carolina. Now we give the floor to Dr. Oda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And on the onset, I want to declare that I'm a member of this committee and I stand to support the report. But first of all, Right Honorable Speaker, when we have carried this oversight, it was really interesting. As Honorable Caroline has said, it was an eye-opener. But on the onset, let me say that the GMOs are a very small sect of the biotechnology, as she said. And the biotechnology is really needed in many aspects because we have carried this oversight just regarding the crops. But biotechnology also has been beneficial in terms of livestock. We have the crossbreed like the Frisians. The honorable members were in the Sankok farm and they have seen the Frisians, which are crossbred, the Frisian product, crossbred from the local product and the Frisians. And the biotechnology is good that it enhances the productivity, but the problem with the GMOs, because they are genetically modified, and you can't get like the seed of GMOs, they can't germinate. So the problem is that most of the farmers will be dependent on the companies, because when you alter the genetic characteristic of any species, they can't reproduce. Like when you cross between the mule, the horse and the donkeys, you have the mole, which is infertile. It can't produce itself. So companies which are producing the GMOs are the one which are providing the research. The governments are being sponsored by these companies. And this is where there is this controversial of the farmers really not, and the civil society not in support with the GMOs, because there is no independent research. And this report is calling upon the Council of Ministers to really help the partner states to carry independent research. Most of the research which are conducted on GMOs are sponsored by these companies, and some of even those results are not really outside for the consumers. The other thing is that the GMOs in the partner state products are not labeled. So there is no choice for the consumer to go and check that this is a GMO product. I want to purchase it or I want to consume it. This is not being done. And I know that it is supposed to be done and regulated by the standards for regulations, but it is not being done. The other thing, right, Honorable Speaker, is some countries like Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, they went ahead, but the other partner states, South Sudan, Tanzania, Burundi, and also DRC, we didn't carry the oversight there, but they are having the biotech in their policies mentioned, but there is no any mention of GMOs. So in this regard, all the partner states are not on the same level. And a country like my country, South Sudan, which has an area of 664 point something, we are just using 4% of this area for agriculture. So it means that we didn't tap the potential of the country. And the country is saying that they are not in a hurry for the GMOs because the potential of the country is not yet utilized. Other countries have their own reservation because when you are producing any product of GMOs, there is a lot of antibiotics which are included in that process, yet it has effect on the human consumption because some people are allergic, and sometimes when you get something from, like maybe you want to put two species together and you are getting something from a fish and putting it into a fruit without putting that on a label, I'm allergic to that fish, it's really another problem. So right, Honorable Speaker, I'm adding my voice to the recommendation of the committee that we still need more research on this area. We need to harmonize, but we need also regulation because we will not tell the other partner state which went ahead, they have their own reasons because also the biotechnology and some of these GMOs are done to increase the potential of some of these products against some diseases, for them to be resilient and add more production. But also we need regulation on these companies which produce these seeds, because it happened in Kenya that one time the seeds were not provided. And that season, the farmers really lost because they were depending on the provision of the seed by the companies, which didn't happen. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I add my voice to the committee that we need more research, we need regulation, and we need the partner state to be on the same level. I submit, right, Honorable Speaker, I support the.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Wada. Now we give the floor to Honorable Saidi Kibeya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me the opportunity to join my voice and comment on this report that I support, as the report is providing a call to the Council to handle the issue of GMOs as a specific part of biotechnology development. I think that the world is now evolving with a very increased pace to the mastering of genetical control. And we may not keep us, I can say, in a position, behavior of fearing or keeping us blind on this issue of allowing or restricting, limiting, I can say, the use of genetically modified organisms for vegetal, I can say, organs, maybe even for animals. As per the current situation, the Western countries have many schemes, but keeping the GMOs in use or not, it depends on the capacity to master them, to control, and to know what we are using. So the report provides a way by requesting that, proposing that the community may be harmonizing under maybe the development of a regional policy on biosafety and biotechnology. And I support the way of going together, not in a split way, as it is currently through all over our partner states. My preference is to go through the STECO. We have STECO, we have universities all over our region that can go through I can say, a comprehensive program that can be well-funded, well-controlled, and well disseminated as a result to be harmonized by the partners. In other ways, the result of this, I can say, policy to be developed by a STECO now can go and be lost in the shelves. If there is no any, I can say, appropriation or domestication by the partner state of the results from the study that will be conducted by the Commission on Science and Technology, I'm sure that it will be just a policy to be added on other policies developed on the regional level. My proposal here is for the Council to go through and develop or adopt a specific program on biotechnology and biosafety, and also initiate a dedicated fund to go further so that the policy now developed can be, I can say, can set a way forward for our partner state to see what to do if going to restrict or to limit or to open broadly the use of GMOs through our region. Thank you. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kibeya. Now, Honorable Ndangiza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Acting Chair, Honorable Gideon, for a very good report, and also the members. And I also want to declare that I'm a member of Agriculture Committee. As already alluded to by my honorable colleagues, this oversight was a very important experience for us in the Agriculture Committee. And it's our wish that there should be an opportunity for the entire Assembly to receive some capacity building on biotechnology, and also to understand GMOs, because some of us in our oversight who visited the Republic of Uganda and the Republic of Rwanda, and we met various stakeholders. And what we learned is that, especially from our scientists, and I'm happy to note that be it in Uganda and even Rwanda, we really have very highly skilled scientists who are very good in this biotechnology. We learned that biotechnology is a broader technology and GMOs is just a part of this wider technology. And of course, what we also realize is that there is an information gap between the scientists, policymakers, and the ordinary East Africans. For the scientists, most of them, they feel that there is need for East Africa to adopt biotechnology policy and also laws on GMOs because there are challenges. One, we have a challenge of food security in our region. Many countries still have hunger. But of course, for some countries like Rwanda, looking at the space of our country, which is about 26,000 square kilometers, with a population of over 13 million, where you find that 1 per square kilometer in some parts of the country, you have inhabitants between 400 and 500 persons. The Rwandans feel that this technology is long overdue in order to be able to deal with issues of production, food sufficiency, and also addressing the issue of the yields that have been reducing, but it was the same challenge also in the Republic of Uganda, also noted. But there's also a challenge of climate change. So with all these challenges, there was urgent need that we should really, as a region, think about harmonizing our policies and even laws on the GMOs, but in a wider context of biotechnology, because it's not an issue of why we should do it, it is an issue of solving problems. But one of the challenges we realize is lack of awareness and a lot of confusion. There is debate, some are for, others are against, but even us, when we went against towards the end, we were a bit converted because, you know, science has evidence. So as a recommendation, I really want to urge the council to see how we can harmonize our policies on GMOs, have a GMO policy, have, if possible, an EAC GM law. And I wish it could be the council bill, not the private members bill, because these are serious issues and they affect the health of our citizens. And therefore, if the council can take a lead, because whether we like it or not, GMOs are here with us. We have porous borders. There are challenges of lack of labeling. And therefore, if we do not work together to regulate, to harmonize, and to provide guideline as a community, it might even be more challenging to control it. So with that, I want to support the report and thank our team and hope you are going to adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dangiza. You are a member of the committee. Now we take the names of, we have, you were there before, I remember. Were you? Okay, you take the names quickly. 5. So we start with Honorable Gabriel.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let's first declare on onset that I'm actually a member of the committee. I sit on this committee, and I was part of the team that actually conducted the oversight in South Sudan and in Kenya. Right Honorable Speaker and the members and the council sitting in the front, when we conducted this activity, we were actually driven by the fact that it is a topic that is still globally contentiously controversial. Even in the Western countries, you find that there is so much disagreement over whether the GMOs should be adopted and used. United States has gone ahead in some ways and has adopted some crops they're using from the GMOs. Europe is so limited and there is so much restriction on the use and adoption of the GMOs. These are the realities that are happening. We also have multinational corporations who have their own motivation in producing and trying to persuade the communities globally to adopt the GMOs. We also have scientists who are well trained in this area who also have their own interests because this is the area of their own expertise. They want to make sure that they're also staying in the market and be able also to utilize their knowledge, to keep themselves busy and be also employed. So everybody has their own interest. But what about the common wananchi? You talk of small scale farmers. You talk of the consumers. Who is really protecting them here? We are dealing with very smart people. And because of that, we need to be extremely cautious with regard to the GMOs. I would like to talk as a scientist, but not as a politician. If you look at it generally, and we were lucky when we were in Kenya conducting this oversight, we met a very smart scientist from Kenya. And I wish actually we discussed that this guy should be invited to address the whole assembly on the GMOs. If you look globally, you would find that the GMOs are not actually a silver bullet. They're not a solution. They're not a solution totally. And that scientist from Kenya, who is also an expert on this area, told us frankly that it is not a silver bullet. It is not a solution. If you look at the way our countries, the member states in the EAC are doing it, some have already gone ahead, for instance, Kenya and Rwanda, in conducting some research and also trying to come up with some of the BT crops to be used. But there are still some questions. Even the court is also questioning. There are also some activists or civil societies that are also coming in between the GMOs and the adoption by the consumers and the small-scale farmers or farmers generally. So this is problematic. What we should do as East Africans, we should keep it in mind that GMOs are something that is being actually popularized by the people that have their own interest or motivation. Let me give you some examples. I told you earlier that I want to talk as a scientist, not as a politician, because I also care about my health and the health of the consumers, mainly East Africans. If you look at Israel, the country in the Middle East, very tiny country, that country is 2/3 of its landmass as arid. a desert. That is equivalent to 67%. This country is self-sufficient in food production. What are they using? Israel is using irrigation more than the United States, and is more efficient and effective than even the irrigation systems that are used in the Western countries. And is sufficiently producing enough for itself and export. In 1960, there was something called Asian Revolution or Green Revolution. The Asian countries were actually struggling with their population growth and insufficient food production. So they decided to use irrigation, improve varieties, local varieties through traditional crop breeding that is being conducted at our universities. Our scientists are doing that. So they were doing this one without using GMOs, and they were self-sufficient in food production. Go to South Sudan, for instance, where I come from.
Remember?
South Sudan right now,
check the time,
is only 4% of its land under crop production. 96% of its land is not being used. So the vast majority of the land is actually uncultivated. South Sudan, as we speak, does not need GMOs because we have to utilize our land. What is happening, Right Honorable Speaker, give me a bit of time so that I can talk, because I'm so passionate about the topic.
yes,
Our problem in East Africa and Africa generally is due to the fact that we are actually underproducing, we are underutilizing our natural resources. This is our problem. That is underproduction, underutilization of our natural resources. That is our problem. It has nothing to do with these imported technologies and technologies that are actually not being properly understood. From this point on, we need to make sure that we are conducting research on the GMOs properly so that we all understand. There has to be connection, and Honorable Ambassador managed correctly. There has to be a connection, a communication between the policymakers, the politicians, the scientists, and the communities. This has to be done. You have to do the research properly so that we know what is happening with regard to the GMOs. So, Right Honorable Speaker, finally, I stop here and I support the report and the topic, but with those reservations, they have to be done properly so that we understand what is happening. But what we have can be done and improve our food production without actually using the GMOs. Thank you so much.
thank you for those clarifications. Now, Honorable Kakoza.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of clarification.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am standing under the provisions of Rule 47, sub-rule 1 of our rules on point of clarification. Mr. Speaker, Rule 47D. Mr. Speaker, as we all know that under the provisions of Rule 1 of our rules, the Assembly is constituted when it is composed with the members provided for under the provisions of Article 48 of the treaty. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Article 48 of the treaty, sub-article 1, the Assembly is composed with 3 parties. One party is the members from the constituents, we elected members. The second part is the representative from the council, who are the ministers present in this assembly. And the third part is the representative from the secretariat, which is headed by Secretary General. Mr. Speaker, to my understanding of the law, without the composition of these three parties, then the assembly is not constituted, is not composed, constituted, yes. I want clarification because I know, as far as I know, we don't have Secretary General. So the Secretariat is not represented in this assembly. Is it proper for this assembly to continue with its meeting without Secretary General to be appointed? Not in the absence, here is the lack of Secretary General. We don't have Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Procedural, Speaker. Procedural, Speaker.
I think that we have the cities with us. Procedure on what?
Honorable Speaker, we have the CTC here. And again, Honorable Speaker, the Secretary General have been recalled and being transferred to another area. The one who have been appointed have not yet been vetted and assuming office. So at this, as it stands now, even the current Secretary General have to wait for approval from Parliament of Kenya before they resume their job in Russia. But at the moment, the Secretary General, Mr. Peter Mathuki, is still the Secretary General until they hand over.
You will order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sankok, you are misleading the House.
Yes. Procedural, Speaker.
You are misleading the House.
Sure.
And on this matter, you should be very keen and careful.
I apologize and withdraw, Honorable Speaker. I stand guarded.
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Chair of Legal. As we are with the CTC, maybe he can give his opinion and advice. Honorable CTC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members. We all know that Secretary General is appointed by the summit. That's a function of the summit. The summit has not convened to appoint another Secretary General. We still have an outgoing Secretary General, and I'm aware that arrangements are now in place to expedite the appointment of a new Secretary General. Right Honorable Speaker, the Secretary General may not be here, but at the Secretariat, we don't have a vacuum. There is somebody who is outgoing, and I believe right now working on handover reports and things like that. And then we await the appointment when the summit will convene and appoint another Secretary General, who will then be able to come and sit in this assembly.
Clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges asked whether the House is fully constituted, and we expect the CTC to give us a verdict on that, not to give us a plain statement indicating this outgoing SG, the Secretariat is in vacuum. No, is the House fully constituted, Mr. CTC?
Do ex-officio members, are they required to constitute the quorum?
No, Mr. Speaker, what
Yes.
I've said is, when you read the provisions of Rule 1, it's Rule 1 of our rules, it says the assembly, definition of the assembly. The assembly means the East African Legislative Assembly established by Article 9 of the treaty. The meaning of the assembly. So in order for the assembly to be called the assembly, it has to constitute the members provided for by Article 48. The rule also says on part of members. Members means member of the assembly as provided for under Article 48 of the treaty. This is our rules. And if you go to Article 48, it reads as follows. That is why I said the assembly is a three-sided meeting. It is composed with the members from the constituency, which is A, 48(1)A, members from the constituency. And we are serving that post. The second side is ex-official members. And here, there is the members from the council represented by the ministers who are here. And the last part is the Secretary General, who is representing the Secretariat. So in order for us to be called an assembly, we have to constitute these three sides. As for now, we don't have, it is not the case of the absence. We don't have, which means he's not there. It could have been different if he is absent from the assembly. We don't have Secretary General at all. Are we constituted as an assembly?
Information.
Clarification. Information, Honorable Speaker.
Information,
Speaker.
information, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Information.
But what I want to know from you,
national companies who are interested in commercialism of their products, we might follow suit and have a danger. We might think that we are solving one problem, but when we are creating another problem. I've interacted with doctors, right, Honorable Speaker, that once there are some serious diseases which are not untreatable, like cancer, which are affecting our bodies, our health, depending on the food we eat. Because naturally in our body, there is what they call metabolism. Metabolism is a chemical reaction in the body depending on the food you eat. And that food you eat affects the DNA, which is created naturally in your body. So I can tell you that really we can go slow. We urge the Council of Ministers
to have a combined effort that we can invest in scientists we have, which have no commercial interest. There was a case in Europe, I think in USA, where the son of JFK Kennedy took the drugs we took in COVID. And the court ruled and said that those vaccinations, they do affect the body, and they cut out those vaccinations to be supplied.
Clarification, right, Honorable Speaker.
Be careful that these GMOs, I can allow.
This clarification.
You know, right, Honorable Speaker, I'm one of the person who have taken that vaccine. The information the Honorable is providing will scare us. I want the Honorable to be able to give us clarification. How does it affect? Because some of us are now feeling scared. So, you know, we shouldn't pass information that scare people. Let's be factual on certain things and let's produce factually, because telling us that this happened is not good. Let's be factual. Honorable, please.
I want to give you information that check the journal. Check the journal of the American state in the USA, JFK Canada against the Attorney General of the American Attorney General. You'll find the ruling is there. Check on website. You check the facts is there. I'm not reading anywhere. It's in the journal. It's a public information. It's in the journal. Two, my background, I've studied biology. DNA is one of the fundamental nucleus of the body metabolism in the body. Any doctor can tell you. It is. And once it's affected, your body is affected chemically and reactionary. You can prove it by science. You go to a doctor, will tell you. So, if they have said that scientists saying that there is a health risk of GMOs, why do you continue with it? You must be careful. I can tell you the life cycle of maize they are supplying today is not the same as our tradition. You plant it one season, next season it's dead. But our traditional maize, it can go for 3 seasons in a year. Go to NADS, National Advisory Agriculture Boards. They do give this information. These seeds they are giving out does not have a long life cycle. What does it mean? You plant one season, you go buy another maize, you go buy another maize. Who is the farmer who can manage to buy 3 times in a season of maize with the subsistence farming we have in partner states? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I do urge the council that let's invest in scientists we have before we use these GMOs. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Who is the next after Honorable Kakoza? Honorable Kadogo, then Honorable Siranda, then Karim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to declare that I'm on the Committee of Agriculture, and I happen to be among the members who went for fact-finding mission. We're in Uganda and Rwanda, and we happen to interact with the scientists, with the researchers about the facts of GMOs. It so happened that in Uganda, at least we had passed a bill, though it is not yet a law because it was not assented to by the president because he had some reservations on the GMOs. However, Rwanda and Kenya, they already have a law in regard to GMOs. Right Honorable Speaker, the researchers took us through the advantages and disadvantages of GMOs. Actually, we realized that the advantages of GMOs outweigh the disadvantages of GMOs. The researchers told us that when we are using GMOs, we shall have big yields. For example, in a country like Rwanda, whereby they are limited by land, and even they have shortage of food, definitely the GMOs would work well for them. And they even talked about how GMOs are good, they are disease resistant, and also at the moment we are being challenged by climate change. So if we are using GMOs, definitely they will help us with that challenge. They also talked about the disadvantages of GMOs, what Honorable Kakoza has talked about, the cancers, and also loss of the indigenous crops and animals. However, for the case of Uganda, they are not totally against GMOs, but they are still researching on GMOs. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would request that we need a lot of sensitization in regard to GMOs, because GMOs are not bad, but as East African community, definitely we need a law to regulate GMOs, because we already have GMOs, but most people are not aware of it. And if we have a law that regulates GMOs, we shall also be in position that somebody consumes a GMO well knowing that is that the products of GMOs which will be in the supermarkets, they will be clearly marked that they are GMOs. But if we don't have a law to regulate, definitely people will be eating GMOs unaware. And in the case where Kenya and Rwanda, they already having a law in GMOs that GMOs are allowed. So if other countries definitely they don't allow GMOs, they will be consuming GMOs, they will be planting. For example, if in Kenya, the GMOs are there, definitely they will go to Uganda, they will be planted, they will be consumed. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in support that we should have a law for GMOs in order to regulate. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Ambero Kadogo. People in the gallery, you have to be careful with your equipment. You were about to cause an accident here. You're lucky that no member was sitting there. Let's go to Honorable Siranda.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for the opportunity you've given me to make a case for myself. First of all, to appreciate my very good friend, the Honorable Gideon Gatpan, and the very formidable team on this committee. I will find the challenge, but I want to persuade them that the recommendation on arguing the Council of Ministers to take a study on this subject is very important, because this subject is big, it's a wider subject that requires research, that requires a study, but also to notify them that out of 54 countries in Africa, 50 have rejected the GMOs. 50 out of 54 countries in Africa. And Europe, 90% of Europe, even if you take fertilizers, it must be studied, it must be assessed because of the consequences that come with GMOs. In my country that I represent, when the president has refused to assent on a bill, it is going to be challenging for me to stand here and support a process that is still taking place at home. I would rather give space to a partner state to finish with the processes, then we come on top to see how do we harmonize when partner states have finished doing that subject, because we are doing the same and they're doing the same. As I speak now, there are members of parliament of the National Parliament of Uganda that have proposed a bill to actually outlaw anything or fade out anything that is related to GMO, Right Honorable Speaker. It is going to find the resistance if we are debating something like that, and when we go home to the people that are supposed to appreciate what we are doing, when they're already saying they should phase out anything. The Honorable James Nsababuturo and the Dr. Manuel Otala, who is a scientist, have actually said that the GMOs are more dangerous than the colonialists, given the challenges that it comes with in terms of the health consequences. And Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the definition, first the definition of the GMO itself, is very challenging. You know, is a genetically modified organism is an organism in which the genetics materials have been changed through biotechnology. It's not natural process. It is a change of biotechnology, and the consequences of a lot of health complications that you see are related and attached to a lot of these GMOs. Right Honorable Speaker, we may want to produce food, but the challenges of dying out of a consequence of a genetically modified thing, you know, it is better you deal with hunger, because you can survive more on hunger than the consequences of cancer. The money that you spend on treating this is more expensive than I can come to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I survive for food, rather than the consequences and the burden that these diseases are bringing on our partner states. If you go to the National Cancer Institute in Mulago, you find a burden on government, on taxpayers. We want to produce more food, but there is a lot of burden that will come as a consequence on what, Right Honorable Speaker, we are producing. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the plants or animals or the changes that the GMO brings, Right Honorable Speaker, have made the original species that we have will automatically die off. And yet every season, like Honorable Kakoza has said, you must buy fresh maize. I am a farmer, and one of the biggest farmers in my region, Right Honorable Speaker. When I gave up on planting the traditional maize, and I went for the one that's provided by nuts, Right Honorable Speaker, every season I must buy seeds. Every season, and it's very expensive compared. I can have enough yields, but the burden is too much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to persuade the committee that the recommendation they have done
Can I give you
for us to study, I give way for information.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm involved in dairy farming. I have 3 breeds: local, Frisian, and mixed Frisian and local. I can tell you, the meat of a Frisian is not the same as a traditional. And scientists are telling us that the fats which come out of those Frisian cows.
Information, Right Honorable.
I'm still on information. You know,
I want to inform you on something.
Yeah, because for me, it's the science who tell these facts, and we test. The meat of a traditional cow and the meat of a Frisian cow is not the same. And the one has much more fats, another one has low fats. And 2, scientists are still coming us, telling us, advising us, that there are some feeds fed on those animals, they have a health risk on those animals. You can imagine now in human beings, the risks of health, the cancer is rampant. All over, and treating cancer is death. There is no disease there is no medicine for cancer. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I agree that we take a slow pace We might go back to a different neo-colonialism, that they want you to wipe out your own traditional food you eat, which is organic, and then they bring another one to finish you up.
Information, right, Honorable Speaker. Scientific information, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Suranda, are you taking this information, the second one?
Let me take it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. I just stand to correct scientific information. The Frisian is a dairy cattle, so it's not supposed to be a meat. Most of our local cattle are meat cattle, so that's why there is a difference in test. This is just a scientific information, and there is a lot of difference between the genetically modified organism and the crossbreeding. Yeah, so different.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Did you take that third one?
One more. I just a point of information on a point of information that we in Kenya, we have actually gone through all the paces, including courts, and have validated the use of GMOs in Kenya. And I can tell you for a fact, since we started using GMOs, Honorable Kakuza, we have not yet been colonized.
So, Honorable Suranda, you had finished your
Right,
5
Honorable
minutes.
Speaker, I appreciate all the information.
You had finished your time, but you can conclude.
Yeah, and in conclusion, right, Honorable Speaker,
yes,
it's also to let Honorable San know that on the world market, the crops that are traditionally in terms of the prices, if you're buying a banana, you just go to the market in South Africa. If it's originally from Uganda without the GMO, it's more expensive compared to the one of GMO in terms of quality. So are we giving up for quality, for quantity? Because for what do we want, quality or quantity? I think, right, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we allow ourselves to study on this subject and ask ourselves why 50 countries in Africa out of 54 have rejected the GMOs, and why Europe has rejected the GMO. Finally, right, Honorable Speaker, the genetically modified, the
information, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me complete that information. Given to the.
Is he taking it?
No, I am not taking the information from my young brother.
Okay.
My young brother, the Honorable
information.
No,
be open, please.
No, right, Honorable Speaker, I think I'm taking a lot of time. Let me conclude, and I leave space to the House to. The genetically, first of all, they are very toxic. They are genetically engineered foods. And of course, they have allergies, reactions, and a lot of health consequences, right, Honorable Speaker, that we must put into consideration. And I support the report on the area of doing research, but not on the area of taking on the GMO, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Siranda. Now, Honorable Karin. And we close this debate.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to start by saying I'm a member of Agriculture Committee, and I stand to support that we really need to have the GMOs regulated in the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, what was very important for us as a committee is the visits that we made to our various partner states, where we met the stakeholders. And for real, Right Honorable Speaker, as my first speaker has alluded, although Kakosa is trying to sell fear to the members of East Africa, and I know he cannot substantiate most of the fears that he has actually sold to us. Right Honorable Speaker, we went to various partner states. I even imagine a place like the Republic of South Sudan, where we found in the Republic of South Sudan, their land is not yet utilized. I think it's only about 4%. Yeah, about 4% is actually, and the rest of the land is not utilized, not because they don't want GMOs, but probably we need to take public participation there to create awareness and to actually let our people choose what they want to eat from. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Republic of Kenya and Uganda already have a law that is regulating GMOs. And I don't think this is an issue anymore because already GMO is with us. And I want to remind my brother, we went to one of the licensed joints in Kenya, and I saw him enjoying the GMO. I don't know if he knew it is GMO or not, and I see him safe. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to say what we need in the region is to bring up laws, is to go around the region and create awareness to our people. And what is very important with laws put in place like in Kenya, we can also, what is also very important is about labeling the GMOs so that our East Africans can choose what to eat from. In Kenya, if anyone sneaks in any GMO product unlawfully without actually being scrutinized, they are liable to imprisonment, to a fine of up to 20 million Kenyan shillings or imprisonment of 10 years. And that tells you here in Kenya, we are so serious about carding our citizens on the consumptions of GMO. Right, Honorable Speaker, like my sister Kadogo said, if we have GMO in Kenya with the law carding it, if we have GMO in Uganda carding it, and the boundaries, the gross boundaries, because the boundaries are now open. All of us are in GMOs. The best thing that we need to do is to enact laws that would card our citizens. Otherwise, right, Honorable Speaker, the work that the committee did in visiting all the partner states and going around and meeting the stakeholders, all we need to do is to harmonize and to see the right thing that we need to do. But I want to say with the scarce land that we have, like in Kenya, we can't do without GMO. In fact, I want to appreciate our president, Dr. William Ruto, who, when he took over, he actually saved the farmers by giving subsidized fertilizer. I can tell you, if you go to the Rift Valley now and you see the kind of maize, you see the behavior of the plants in the farm, I can tell you, we don't have any problem with food right now. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I support that we need to regulate this. We need to bring this to the community. But the best thing is to create awareness to our people. Thank you. I submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karin. No, I had stopped there. Now I will give the floor to Honorable Ministers if they can contribute. If no, one is taking the floor. We go to Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing a very substantive debate on this important topic on GMOs. Right Honorable Speaker, just to highlight what my colleagues have contributed before I individually appreciate them. One is that there is need to regulate, even if it means enacting laws and also having policies in the region. Second is that there's need for research, and there is also no need to rush so much. So these are things that came up from the
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
From the
procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm writing point of procedure because when I'm seeing recommendation and observation, I'll be raising to the council. And it seems this House is doing monologue for himself. And I think the council should be record that it is good with other recommendation, because now they just keep it silent. The silent doesn't mean that they accept it. They have to be in record that they are very good with other recommendation, or they have to say something on those recommendations, Madam Speaker. It cannot be possible that we just giving the chair to reply to us without council to reply to those recommendations and observations.
We have We have Honorable Minister from Kenya who want to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Council appreciates the oversight activity of the Committee of Agriculture on genetics modified organisms. The Council welcomes the report and various recommendations. The Council is going to study them and consider all the pros and cons through its technical team or HAM, the Secretarial Council of Agriculture. The Council will in due course develop an East Africa policy on GMOs. The Council is grateful for the report, the debate, and all recommendations. I appreciate and submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Gideon, resume.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister Penina. Thank you, Honorable Kim Gai. I shouldn't forget to write your name here for appreciation, because you have done very well on that procedure. Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, I was just emphasizing the areas that have been clearly mentioned in the submissions by the honorable members of this August House. One is that there's need to harmonize laws, and that there's no need to rush. There's need for careful research, and there's need to empower our scientists to carry out or conduct proper research on the application and the need for GMO. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the honorable members for their submissions and for you to allow this substantive debate on this important matter, which I know many members of the East African community are watching live, and they will appreciate the areas that we have appreciated and also have their concern in the areas that they think we need to improve on. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Kalman Msangabatware, Honorable Dr. David Holson-Cook, Honorable Caroline Kayonga, Honorable Dr. Wada Jeremiah, Honorable Dr. Saidi Kibeya, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangisa, Honorable Dr. Gabriel Garanga Ayer, Honorable Machaka Ngole, Honorable CTC, Honorable James Kakoza, Honorable Kadogo, Honorable Dr. Siranda Gerald Blacks, Honorable Hassan Homer, Honorable Zipporah Kering, Honorable Kim Gairud, and Honorable Minister Penina. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gideon. I now put the question that the report of the Committee Agriculture, Tourism and the Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess policies and the laws on genetically modified organisms in the East African region be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those in the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before we proceed, we have guests in the gallery, and I wish to recognize them now and continue with the next item. We have students from Riara University. They have been hosted by Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. They are Mrs. Shamsa Nzeba. Stand up for recognition. And we have Mrs. Prudence Iandunyi Magumba. And we have the last one, Mr. Charlton Epiche. All of them are from the the Faculty of International Affairs. They have they've come here to observe our proceedings, and they have been brought by our colleague, Honorable Kennedy Musyoka. Now,
item number 6 on the order paper. Questions for oral answer, starting with Roman 1.
honorable members, the question we have has been raised by Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo, and I can read it for you. I don't need to read it. I have to maybe to give you references of the question. The question reference is Eala /P and what? Q/OA/5/01/2023. No, it is written 2023. Clerk is right? Yes. Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I've been informed by the clerk that I just need to state my name for the record. Honorable Kennedy Musyoka Kalonzo, and the reference for my question is Eala /PQ /OA/5/01/2023. I submit.
Thank you. Now, who is responding? Honorable Ministers, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, we thank the August House for these and other questions. And as the chairperson of the council, of course, standing in for him, I'm pleased to inform the House in the respect of the matter, by the way of the background, that the East African Development Bank was established in 1967 under a charter which was annexed to the former EAC Treaty. The East African Development Bank Charter gave the bank a high level of autonomy, which meant possible for the bank to survive when the community collapsed in 1977. The bank was reconstituted under its own charter in 1980, following dissolution of the former East African Community in 1977.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
Yes, Honorable Mary.
The question that was read out is about the Aviation Academy. Now we are talking about the bank. Oh, okay, I withdraw. I'm sorry.
Maybe the bank is gone.
Honorable Kennedy, you had two questions?
Right Honorable Speaker, I did, in my reference, there are two questions for the council to address. The First part is the issue to do with the East African Development Bank. And the second part is on the Soroti School of Aviation. So I think the council chair is maybe started with the East African a part of her answer. I submit, Right Honorable.
Honorable Speaker's procedure. Honorable Speaker, I think it is good, and I don't know if the clerks will advise us that whenever there is a question, first of all, the owner of the question read it out aloud so that all of us are conversant with the question, and then the Honorable Minister can now answer the question that have been asked, because we don't even know when this question was asked and where. It should be asked on the floor of the House so that it can go to the answer.
That's the practice.
Is it?
That is the normal practice.
We have agreed, you can read it for record so that everyone can be.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, my priority question to the chairperson of the council is on the status of the East African Civil Aviation Academy, also known as Soroti Flying School, and the East African Development Bank. Article 9.2 of the treaty provides that the institutions of the community shall be such bodies, departments, and services as may be established by the summit. Article 9.3 of the treaty provides that the surviving institutions of the former East African community shall be deemed to be institutions of the community and shall be designated and function as such. The East African Development Bank and the East African Civil Aviation Academy, Soroti Flying School, are some of the surviving institutions of the community whose status in the community is not very clear. Would the chairperson of the council inform the House, A, whether the East African Civil Aviation Academy in Soroti and the East African Development Bank have been designated by the council as institutions of the community as required by Article 9.3 of the treaty? How the East African Civil Aviation Academy in Soroti and the East African Development Bank have been streamlined into the programs and projects of the community. See how the community is funding the East African Civil Aviation Academy in Soroti and the East African Development Bank, and how the two bodies are audited. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Just want to understand a bit if it's parliamentary, because in other systems, in member states, parliament, normally there's a main question, but then we have follow-up questions. Is it parliamentary or allowed through our procedures or our rules? After the minister has given the answer for the main questions, are we allowed to bring in some follow-up questions? Is it allowed, or just want to understand? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You mean supplementary questions? I think you'll have the opportunity. You'll have that opportunity to bring them. After the answer, of course. You have the floor, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm standing in for the chairperson of the council, and I'm pleased to inform you that in respect to this matter, by the way of background, that the East Africa Community Development, the East African Development Bank was established in 1967 under a charter which was annexed to the former EAC treaty. The East African Development Bank Charter gave the bank a high level of autonomy, which made it possible for the bank to survive when the community collapsed in 1977. The bank was reconstituted under its own charter in 1980, following the dissolution of the former East African Community in 1977. Currently, only 4 out of 7 EAC partner states are members of the EADB. The 4 countries include the Republic of Kenya, Republic of Rwanda, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of Uganda. The bank has other non-EAC shareholders, including the African Development Bank, the Netherlands Development Finance Company, German Investment Corporation, Commercial Bank of Africa, Nordea Bank of Sweden, Barclays Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank. And finally, the EADB is headed by the Governing Council, which currently comprises the Ministers of Finance of the 4 partner state members. Honorable Speaker, sir, Article 9, Sabbatical 3 of the EAC Treaty recognizes the EADB as an institution of the East African Community, notwithstanding the fact that currently only 4 out of the 7 EAC partner states have subscribed shares to the EADB. The 40th meeting of the Council considered the matter on streaming the EADB and observed that as a financial institution, the EADB is unique compared to other EAC institutions, as it operates on the commercial terms and as a non-EAC shareholders members comprising of the African Development Bank, the Netherlands Development Finance Company, German Investment Corporation, Commercial Bank of Africa, Nordea Bank of Sweden, Barclays Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank. Given the uniqueness of the bank, the treatment of EADB may be different from other institutions of the community. The Council, therefore, 1, urges the East African Development Bank's Governing Council to consider the EAC development plans in setting the priorities of the bank. This was in the decision of the Council of Ministers meeting at the 40th meeting, decision number 8. It also urged under decision number 11, urged the East African Development Bank's Governing Council to annually inform the summit on the performance of the bank. And also in their decision number 9, urged partner states who are not members of the East African Development Bank to formally seek admission as members of EADB by acquiring shares. Mr. Speaker, sir, in respect of the East African Civil Aviation Academy in Soroti, this is a surviving institution of the community under Article 1 and Article 9, Sabbatical 3 of the treaty. It is also deemed to be institution of the community. The East African Civil Aviation Academy, however, is also not funded by the community. And upon request, consultations by the partner states are ongoing on when and whether it may be returned to the Republic of Uganda. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would like to ask the mover if you have supplementary question. If you don't have, I allow 2 questions. Honorable James and Honorable, you have?
No, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think I will leave to my colleagues.
Thank you. Honorable James and Honorable Katwamba.
Honorable Speaker, Would like to appreciate the good answers given by the Honorable Minister on behalf of the council. But again, Honorable Speaker, would like a bit of clarification, a few questions. One, can she give a bit of a landscape of how the shareholders are in terms of country? Secondly, if that is well understood, I serve in the CTI committee. And if my recollection is fine, I remember, Honorable Speaker, at a time when we wanted to do a bit of an oversight on this bank, we were told we cannot do it because it's not about East Africans. So if it's holding our own name, but then we're not allowed to scrutinize how the bank is run, I think it's high time to really put our hands on and try to see whether the bank belongs to East Africans, which this parliament is mandated to cross-check and scrutinize on how it's run, whether East Africans are benefiting on it or not. Honorable Speaker, we urge the council to give right answers about this question. And those are my few supplementary questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Asante.
Then Honorable Katwamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is relatively the same, but in a different way. First of all, I thank the member of council for a good response. Then I pose my question. In your response, you shown that East African Development Bank is owned by partner states and non-partner states. I would like to know the total share owned by partner states and total share owned by non-partner states. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for those questions. I realized that there are two sessions that I left, and probably I can read and then respond to the two questions. The one question I left out was on how, as the EADB has been streamlined into programs and projects of the community. And Mr. Speaker, sir, unlike other institutions of the community, EADB is a financial institution which operates purely on business terms and as other stakeholders who are non-ESC members. Given this unique nature of EAB, it is imperative that the independence and autonomy of the bank be safeguarded to ensure that strategic and operational decisions are based on economic considerations. However, the East African Development Bank reports its operations and performance to the Council annually, and also the bank considers the ESC development plans and strategies in setting its priorities. Mr. Speaker, this second may answer the last question, how the community is funding EADB and how is EADB audited. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a financial institution, EADB operates on commercial basis. As said, the bank does not receive any funding from the community. Article 26, Subarticle 1D of the 1980 EADB Charter provides that the Governing Council shall approve the appointment of external auditors or such other experts as may be necessary to examine and to report on general management of the bank. The 40th meeting of the Council observed that the current practice whereby the EADB Governing Council approves the appointment of the external auditor is best practice as revealed from the review of other regional development banks. The Council therefore decided that this practice can be maintained in their decision number 10. Consistent with the above, the 44th meeting of the Council in November 2023
took note of the report of the East African Development Bank and the role of the EADB in facilitating development and growth of the community in line with the treaty, and directed the management of East African Development Bank to constantly submit the financial reports or internal audit reports to the bank for consideration by the East Africa Audit Commission. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to add that on the question on the share, on the shares of the partner states, I will consolidate that and give the answer in a write-up. Thank you, Aisa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's clear. Yeah, I think your answer is very good. Even Katwamba, even James, you know, this bank is like a, it's as it acts as a private one. The auditors are independent, as others banks are doing. They report to the summit, and they will get figures by writings. We'll provide them to you. Let's go to the next item. Still. Yes, Honorable Dr. Makame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm referring to the question which was asked by Honorable Kennedy Musyoka, and referring to the treaty, Article 9.3. I don't see anywhere talking about the airline institution, flight institution of Soroti. The surviving institutions are named there, but the one for Soroti is not named. So, much as the answer was provided, but it is not provided in the treaty. Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of rules, laws, and procedures, and we are supposed to follow the rules. So I don't know where Honorable Musyoka got the issue of Soroti. That is one. And two, Mr. Speaker, on the same note, is it in order now? Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a treaty. This is a treaty which we are supposed to follow. These are the documents which were handed to us when we are taking oath. We are given this one and the rules of procedure. And if this treaty is saying that the East African Development Bank is an institution of the community, a surviving institution, and then the council is telling us that it is not. So should we follow this treaty or should we follow the council? And this issue has been pending for a long time. What would have been done to clear the matter would have been to amend the treaty. It's been before the council for more than 10 years. Now, what is the difficulty in amending the treaty? Is it nuclear physics? Is it rocket science? What is it?
Space science.
So, Mr. Speaker, on that particular respect, I'd like to get a response from the council to tell us, because we are not amending the treaty and the treaty is having errors. And actually, Mr. Speaker, this treaty was signed by heads of states upon clearance by relevant attorney generals of each partner state. So each partner state committed itself with the contents.
Information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Information.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Dr. Makame, for his submission, and I'll just refer him to page 10 of our treaty, and under, I'll just read it verbatim. Under surviving institutions, page 10 gives what we call the interpretation. Under surviving institutions of the former East African Community means the East African Civil Aviation Academy, Soroti, the East African Development Bank, the East African School of Librarianship, and Inter-University Council for East Africa. I submit, Right Honorable.
Point of clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
Clarification, yes, Honorable Ndangiza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I needed to hear clarification from the Council on the East African Development Bank. Whereas Honorable Minister explained eloquently about how the bank operates and also emphasized on the independence of the bank because it has shareholders from outside East African community. The information I have is that the 4 shareholders who are East African partner states have more shareholders than non-shareholders, which implies that we have to take an interest in this bank. Secondly, this bank is still in our treaty as one of the surviving East African institutions. And therefore, if it bears the East African identity, it's my view that the Council should pick interest in it, especially in the management of this bank. But thirdly, if I recall, in around 2009, 2010, because I was an ambassador, Tanzania, and I used to participate in some of the Council meetings, there's a time when the bank had a case. And in this case, they lost the case. And when they lost the case, they had to pay, I don't know how they call it in legal terminology, the damages. And the bank was not able to pay this money. They needed the EAC secretary, the EAC to bail it out. So if we talk about bailing out, it implies that the community is investing money in this bank. Now, when it comes to following up the oversight of this bank, we are not allowed to go there. I remember when we used to be in the legal committee some time back, we were able to visit other institutions of the community, but when we went to Kampala to meet the leadership of this bank, they couldn't even receive us. We had to summon them, even to get a report from them. As we speak, there is a petition that has been sent to this assembly by a citizen, a concerned citizen of East Africa, about the mismanagement of this bank, such that even the 4 partner states of EAC might not even get any dividends with the rate of mismanagement. So is it in order really for the Council to just leave this bank that has 4 partner states of this community, because this money comes from the taxpayers, and then just leave it that it is independent? So I'm not satisfied with the answer, unless if there is further information for further clarity. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Further clarification, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Samadi. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to seek further clarification from the Council in as far as this bank is concerned. As an old member of this House, we visited that bank in the committee of CTI. I don't remember the year, but in the 4th Eala. And we were informed that the partner states, the 4 partner states that are shareholders there, and which the minister didn't answer. It was even the question which was a supplementary question brought by the Honorable Kachwamba. The 4 partner states have only 12% shareholding, and the other shareholders own 88%. Now you can now see how minority we are as partner states, as EAC in that bank. But the matter which I want to bring forward for further clarification is, Honorable Speaker and the members, as you are aware, East Africans are very desperate to seek funds for investment and development. And the bank, as it sounds, East African Development Bank, would therefore be an institution to provide such funds. But how many East Africans have been accessing funding from that bank? We don't know. So the minister should also provide further information on that. And then lastly, are there measures by council to ensure that we take over this bank 100%, such that we are able as East Africans to access funding from this bank without going through unnecessary conditions from the shareholders who are basically commercial? Thank you. Honorable members,
Further clarification.
honorable members, this is not a moment for debating. You just have to bring supplementary questions only. The honorable ministers should come back after considering the supplementary questions, and they will respond. But this is not a time where we could allow all members who want to contribute to do this, to then debate. It's different. That's why I invite the minister to proceed.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, sir. With your permission.
Yes.
I have a document here from the African Development Bank. It is a bit dated September 2014, but it says here that the South African countries collectively own 85.9% of EADB's paid in capital with a fifth member.
Thank you.
And even if this is not correct, and my honorable friend has said that the South African countries own 12%, it still gives us a right to know what is going on in that bank. Thank you.
Well, Minister, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I will start with the last question since it has been asked by quite a number of members. And I would want to concur and pick on what I said before in matters of shares, because already there's a discrepancy on the shares. And as you've heard from the first member, she denoted that the African members, the East African members, partner members had more. And I think it's what the third member has already read from his mobile. I would wish to say that as I reported, I will get clear, detailed report on the shares of the partner member states and also non-partner member states, and furnish the August House on this matter. On the case of Blue Line case, I want to believe that the council is very keen on taking keen interest in this matter. And as I noted, in my report, the other partner states are being encouraged to also buy shares in the Development Bank. And therefore, this will give a voice to the East African partner states in a larger scale. And finally, on the matter of the aviation, Article 1, which I quoted earlier, Article 1, which actually gives the interpretation, and the honorable member who asked the question has already read on the
interpretation, it is very clear that the treaty recognizes aviation, where it denotes that surviving institutions of the former East African community means the East African Civil Aviation Academy, Soroti, the East African Development Bank, the East African School of Librarianship, and the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Honorable Speaker, as I noted in my answer, in Article 1 and Article 9, Sub-Article 3 of the treaty, I said it is also deemed to be an institution of the community. And therefore, I didn't say it's not an institution. The East African Civil Aviation Academy, however, is also not funded by the community, even though it is deemed to be an institution of the community. And upon request, consultation by the partner states are ongoing, and when and whether it may be returned to the Republic of Uganda. I submit. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, for the answers.
Still on item number 6 on the order paper, Roman 2, question for answer.
Honorable Dr. Oda Jeremiah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Council, the reference is Eala /PQ/OA/5/01/2024. The ever-changing climate has negative consequences caused by various actions that are wreaking havoc to global climate trends. This has called for world action for countries and regions to come up with measures. Therefore, can the chairperson of the Council inform the August House what structure ways the EAC has adopted to allocate additional resource and budget for climate change actions and to promote the green economy concept? Roman 2, when the chairperson of the Council shall table the EAC climate change bill for the first reading, which is really overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the fact that climate change is recognized as a major threat to the economies of East Africa region, budgetary allocations under the partner states' contributions remain low. The partner states' budget allocation for the environment and natural resources sector for the financial year 2024-2025 is about $137,800 against 126,000 in the financial year 2023-2024. This necessitates various efforts for the resource mobilization from development partners in order to raise resources for development of regional instruments and implementation of interventions related to climate change. Climate change activities and initiatives by the Secretariat are currently being supported through contributions from partner states at 5% and development partners and other bilateral development partners at 95%. Mr. Speaker, sir, to ensure climate change coordination, a climate change unit was established in 2011. However, the unit is not operational pending implementation of the recommendations of the institutional review report. To ensure that additional resources and funds for climate change action as well as the, for promotion of green economy in the region are mobilized, the following have been initiated. 1, the East Africa Climate Change Policy Framework. In an effort to respond to the increasing impact of climate change in the region, the East Africa Heads of State Summit approved the East Africa Climate Change Policy during the 9th Extraordinary Summit held on 19th April 2011 in Dar es Salaam. The overall aim of the policy is to contribute to regional integration through harmonized and coordinated regional strategies, programs, and actions in response to the negative impacts of climate change. The policy guides partner states and stakeholders in the collective designs and implementation of sector-specific climate change response measures within the context of sustainable development. The EAC climate change policy calls for adequate, sustainable, and predictable finance to implement climate change initiatives, programs, and recommends instituting appropriate mechanisms for ensuring efficiency in mobilization and allocation of resources for addressing climate change changes in the region. The policy further requires partner states to, one, jointly engage in finance resource mobilization to support climate change adaptation and mitigation interventions, and two, to establish and operationalize the EAC Climate Change Fund as a financial mechanism to support climate change response in the region. It also proposes accreditation of EAC as a regional implementing entity under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Financial Mechanisms. The Secretariat has applied for accreditation of the East Africa as a regional implementing entity for adaptation fund and a regional accredited entity for Green Climate Fund. The Secretariat has been providing the required additional information to the Adaptation Fund Secretariat on a number of issues related to, one, finance, audit, project management, procurement, human resource planning and monitoring, as well as evaluation. The accreditation process is at advanced stage, and once concluded, it will accord the East Africa the opportunity to receive funds from the Adaptation Fund as well as the Green Climate Fund. And number three, collaboration with nationally determined contribution partnership. The East Africa joined the nationally determined contribution partnership in 2018 as part of the resources mobilization strategy, and also more efforts to support the partner states in the effective implementation of the climate change priorities. To effectively support the partner states in the NDC's implementation, the Secretariat requested the NDC Partnership Support Unit to support the East African Secretariat in mobilizing funds for in-house climate change activities. The NDC Partnership accepted to support the Secretariat through Global Green Growth Initiative in mobilizing of $250,000 US for in-house climate change activities, including recruitment of the climate change expert. The expert reported on duty from 1st August 2023 and is supporting the East Africa in developing requisite frameworks and resource mobilization. This includes the ongoing regional frameworks for implementation of NDCs. And fourth, the East Africa Climate Finance Access and Mobilization Strategy. The East Africa community adopted the Climate Finance Access and Mobilization Strategy in 2022. That is aimed at ensuring that climate finance is mobilized, assessed, used, and scaled up, as well as tracked and transparently reported in a manner that contributes effectively to the achievement of climate change goals and low emission development in East Africa partner states. And fifth, IAU Green Recovery Action Plan. The African Union has developed a comprehensive strategy designed to promote green initiatives, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect the environment, and enhance resilience to climate change, referred to as AU Green Recovery Action Plan. Through a co-funding of Global Affairs Canada and the Global Green Growth Initiative, a new project has been launched to help operationalize the GRAP by focusing on policy, knowledge, and capacity building
for green growth, with an emphasis on climate finance. East Africa Community is one of the 3 regional economic communities and 7 member states that have been identified as the first cohort for piloting in the implementation of the AU GRAP. And finally, the Blue Economy Strategy and Action Plan. The East Africa Secretariat is completing the process of the development of East Africa Regional Blue Economy Strategy and Action Plan with the support of United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and United Nations Development Program. The regional validation workshop is planned for September 2024, and this will put a close to this development process. As to when the chairperson of the council will table the East Africa Climate Change Bill for first reading, Mr. Speaker, sir, the East Africa Climate Change Policy 2011 and the East Africa Change Strategy 2011 to 2016 were developed to address the impact of climate change in the region. Since adoption of the policy and strategy, there have been a number of developments and emerging issues which need to be incorporated in the East African Community Change Policy and Strategy. These include the implementation of the resolution of the Paris Agreement, the East African Climate Finance Strategy, the recommendations of the Climate Change Vulnerability and Impact Assessment Study, among others. Resource mobilization towards review of the East Africa Climate Change Policy 2011 and the East Africa Climate Change Strategy 2011 to 2016 has commenced. It is anticipated that the review will take place by the end of 2024. This will pave way for the development of a climate change bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenge is that despite adoption of the terms of reference for the development of the bill in 2019, no funds have been committed to enable development of the East African Community Climate Change Bill. The Council will follow up on this matter accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. But Honorable Minister, despite the answers you have availed to this August House, I've seen that there is a lot of benchmark, which is okay, from the African Union, the blue economy. And the main problem is that the contribution to climate change from the partner state is only 5%, and the developmental partners is 95%, which will also hinder the ESC to really structure what it wants, because the partner states' contribution comes with its own regulations and on directives towards what's to be done. So, Honorable Minister, I see that as a regional body, if we don't have a structural, which we own, a structural way to finance the green economy, it will really still be a problem, and we will not achieve more. Concerning the climate change bill, Honorable Minister, this August House in 2019, me personally, I moved a motion to the Council to fast track the East African Climate Change Bill, which was adopted by the Council of Ministers in 2014. And now we are in 2024, and I happen to ask the question to the Council. This is not the first time we are asking the Council, and by then the chair of the Council was the late Dr. Right Honorable Ali Kivedinja. He promised us that by 2020, we will have the draft bill. And right now, what I'm getting from here, may his soul rest in peace, what I'm getting here that even there is no any draft, we are still aiming at getting some fund, which will avail studies also, I don't know what, for this draft bill to be presented to this August House. And I see that—
Dr. Oda,
yes,
what you need is to ask supplementary questions and not contribution.
Okay, thank you very much for your guidance. So I want to know exactly if there is a time frame for this August House to receive the ESC climate change bill. And also the other question which I want to ask, that there was a unit which was, I think, adapted to be established, a climate unit in 2011, but yet it's not operationalized. When will it be operationalized? Thank you very much.
Only one additional supplementary question, then the minister respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Penina Malonzo, for that answer. Honorable Speaker, my supplementary questions are two. One, how much is East African Community earning from carbon credit? Because every now and then when we have questions like this, the issue of resources become a problem. So are we earning on carbon credit, and how much are we earning? Aware that we have the Congo Belt and the Mao Forest, which are one of the highest, the largest water towers in Africa. The second question is, do we have a program targeting the common citizen who have individual land certificate, title deeds, on how they should improve on forestry on their own individual land? Or are we still concentrating on government-owned land? Like in Kenya, 2.5 million is what is government gazetted forest, but 140 million acres is owned by individual land owners with individual title deeds. So are we targeting only government-owned land, or also targeting individual-owned land, which is larger than the government-owned land? Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable James.
Honorable Speaker, I've had a chance to get a report somewhere. On last year, November, the office of the outgoing Secretary General sent a big team to Dubai, outgoing Secretary General, about 28, 26 member delegation. If I may ask, did you receive any report about this big entourage that was sent to Dubai? And would it be really prudent if that report is shared with members of parliament, so that, we could follow up on how this office that spent a lot of money to send a big team to Dubai really means business, or just a way to, spend the little that we have?
Further information?
Yes, Honorable Kennedy.
Yes, actually, the team that went to Dubai stayed for 21 days. And just to supplement on what he's saying, so a team of 26 for 21 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I would wish to respond to various questions asked by the honorable members. As far as the bill is concerned, the Secretariat will be given by the Council a very strict timeline to ensure that it comes to this August House within this year. It did. On the question on the carbon, we will get an answer, a detailed answer actually, for each partner and present to this august house in the next meeting. On the agenda of the individual land, on the matter of the individual land, I'll consult and get back to the Honorable House. Thank you. The council never received a report, and therefore we will follow up on the report we'll follow up on this report and submit in full detail to the August House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. She responded. Where were you? Honorable, the response has been given. Maybe we're not, I don't know.
Right, Honorable, there is one question.
We could maybe.
Yes.
Consider time we have more questions behind.
No. It's this the following question which I've asked. Good. About operationalization of the unit which was established in 2011 for the climate.
Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you. On the operationalization, we're going to discuss that because currently we're being supported by the development partners. We will discuss that in our next meeting and get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Still on the same agenda item, Roman 3, question for oral answer.
Honorable Alodi Iradukunda, ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question to the chairperson of the council is as follows. On the 2nd March 2016, the 17th Ordinary Summit of the EAC Heads of State directed to the Council to finalize the work on the modalities required to establish a sustainable financing mechanism for the EAC, based on various options, including a hybrid of a levy and equal contribution with the commitment to increase the budget that encompasses the principles of equity, solidarity, and equality, and submit a report to the next summit for consideration. In November last year, the summit considered the progress report of the sustainable financing of EAC and agreed on the 65% equal contribution and 35% assessed contribution financing formula. The summit further directed the Council of Ministers to pursue strategic spending rationalization measures, institutional strengthening, and strict sanctions for the defaulting partner states and report to the 24th Ordinary Meeting of the summit. My question is, could the chairperson of the Council of Ministers update this August House on the implementation of the EAC Sustainable Financing Mechanism for the EAC and the roadmap of its implementation? B, to the implementation of the summit directive regarding the sanctions of the defaulting partner states as provided by the Article 143 of the treaty establishing EAC. And then C, challenges encountered in the implementation of the summit directive regarding the enforcement of Article 143 of the treaty, if there is any. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Following the various directives of the summit of the heads of state, the ministers of finance recommended in November 2021 a hybrid model of financing the East Africa budget, in which 65% of the is to be contributed equally by all partner states, and 35% of the total budget is to be assessed based on the partner states' average nominal gross domestic product per capita for the previous 5 years, as assessed by the World Bank. In addition, it was also recommended that the proposed hybrid model be reviewed after 3 years. The 23rd meeting of the summit, which was held in Arusha, Tanzania on 24th November 2023, considered and approved the above recommendations. The summit also directed the Council to implement spending rationalization measures and strict sanctions for defaulting partner states. Mr. Speaker, sir, a meeting of experts from ministries responsible for finance has been convened in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania from 26 to 29 March 2024 to develop a modality of implementation of the summit directive on sustainable financing of the EAC budget based on the 65% equal contribution and 35% assessed contribution formula, including its implementation roadmap. Recommendations from this meeting of experts will be considered by the Sectoral Council on Finance and Economic Affairs in May 2024 before escalation to the Council of Ministers. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to the issue of sanctions, under Article 143 of the treaty, the Council would like to report that this is work in progress. The Council appreciates that the proposed sanctions need to be accommodated within the relevant legal and policy framework, and the Secretariat, which has already proposed a schedule for sanctions, has also interrogated aspects that require the attention of the partner states and inevitably the Council of Ministers as a policy organ. These aspects include amendment of protocol on decision-making by the Council of Ministers and the rules of procedure of the policy organs, which will make the implementation of the frameworks to investigate breaches of the treaty seamlessly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the proposed framework on investigation of breaches, amendments to rules of procedure of the policy organs, and schedules of sanctions was last considered by the Council in 2023. The Council has thus directed the Secretariat to convene a meeting of senior officials and legal experts from partner states to discuss the policy implications arising from the framework on investigation of breaches and amendments of rules of procedure of the policy organs and schedule of sanctions, and report to the 44th meeting of the Council, ESC CM 43, Directive 11. The Assembly will thus be informed of the outcome of these deliberations at the earliest opportunity in the course of this year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The mover, do you have supplementary question?
No additional question. I will
Thank you.
let my colleagues.
Two supplementary questions from members. Two only. Honorable Dr. Makame, and but this is not a moment for debate. You should know it. But please, not long ones, just questions. All of you. Samali, Makame, Kimgai, and Maina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, precise with my supplementary questions. Mr. Speaker, the main question asks about implementation of the Article 143 with regards to sanctions. And I'd like to just add on it because it also relates to Article 146 relating to suspension. When is Council going to implement that? Because it's a requirement of the treaty. And if you require me to read it verbatim, I can read it verbatim in the House, Mr. Speaker. Or I just leave it like that because they can justify it. I read it.
Or you can read it.
Okay. It says in suspension of a member, number one, it says the summit may suspend a partner state from taking part in activities of the community if that state fails to observe and fulfill the fundamental principles and objectives of the treaty, including failure to meet financial commitments to the community within a period of 18 months. Mr. Speaker, the council is the policy organ. So when is it going to consider activating this particular provision? But there's another one, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of hybrid. Now that the summit has passed the issue of 35% hybrid, it's clear that we need to amend the treaty, because the treaty says of equal contributions. So we're having issues of amendment of the treaty, so many of them, and the council is now being very silent on the issue of amendment, and it's taking too long. So, Mr. Speaker, we are really concerned. We want to have a clear roadmap when we are going to achieve amendment of the treaty, because we have to walk the talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Samali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary question is on the proposed sustainable funding mechanism, the hybrid mechanism. My understanding is that this mechanism is basically aimed at collecting the contributions from partner states to the community. But when I look at it, this mechanism is only looking at how to get the proposed contributions, disbursements. For example, at this moment, it is standing at $7.3 million per partner state. But which contribution is still not enough? So the question I'm putting, the supplementary question I'm putting, are there measures by council to increase the budget or the funding to the community from the current 7.3 to a reasonable amount of money to be able to run the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kimgai. Now, Honorable Maina.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, if you can remember, in the last plenary session, I brought a motion to this effect with my good brother, Dr. Makami, on the issue of partner states honoring their contribution as stipulated in the Treaty of Establishment and other statutory documents. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to start a debate, but
you ask your question.
Yes, the integration process of our community cannot advance or cannot be achieved when our funding mechanism is not sustainable. The question that I would want to ask the Council of Ministers, have they considered alternative ways of funding other than the contributions? Because by and large, this contribution is coming from the partner states. How do partner states themselves get resources? They collect revenue. I want to ask whether Council of Ministers are considering empowering the East African community to also have some revenue collection mandate in one way or the other in our partner states, particularly on cross-cutting issues that the community serves as a coordinating agency. Can we have the East African community itself having revenue collection mandate in our partner states? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maina. I give the floor to, sorry. Honorable Kim, now you
just in 20 seconds, Honorable Speaker. Only.
Very good.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I am just want to ask the chair of the council on the kind of the sanctions, because they talk about sanction, but which sanction, kind of the sanction? I think they have to give us the policy, because when they're implementing the sanction for those partner states who are not contributing on the period of 18 months, the sanction, which kind of sanction? Is it financially? Members of parliament are not going to contribute. I'm not going to participate in the meetings. I think the council should be giving this house a very good elaborate on those issues on the sanction. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As for the question on the amendments, this is work in progress. As in February 2024, there's a task force that met in Dar es Salaam to discuss this, and so it is work in progress. On Article 132, on measurements that the council is taking for equal contribution, I've just reported to this house that we had the hybrid that was approved by the summit and is now due for implementation. I believe this is going to solve quite a number of challenges that we have had as partner states, because quite a number of partners have been lagging behind in terms of contribution. And therefore, this has been a concerted effort to discuss and see how best we can bring alternative ways of contribution, as one member has already highlighted. And I want to believe this is a process that has taken almost 1 year, and it was a proposal by partner state, by Republic of Kenya, and it was given time to work on it. And in the last summit, it was approved, and therefore, I believe it is in order that we give this hybrid chance so that we can see whether it's going to eliminate some of the challenges that we had in the area of finance. And upon look by the Council of Ministers, we realized really if we can give a lower percentage in terms of partner states contributing, which is 65% other than equal contribution, then probably most of the partner states that have been lagging behind would actually contribute, but also give a chance to the mega partner states like Kenya, who have a stable GDP to contribute a little bit more. And I believe followed by Tanzania and Uganda. And therefore, we believe that we can give chance to this hybrid and give it like 3 years and see whether it will solve much of our financial problems. On the sanctions, they could be financial, they could be non-financial, and therefore this is under discussion, and we will be able to report to this August House soonest once we finalize on the sanctions. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we proceed to the next item.
Still under the same agenda item, priority questions for oral answers. Question Roman number 4.
Honorable Alex Bahati, are you to ask your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question's reference is Eala/PQ/OA/5/04/2024. And it goes, according to existing world conventions, as well as various laws and policies within the EAC partner states and the regional levels, it is imperative to facilitate persons with disability within employment. Such facilitation includes the recruitment of ADs to assist them. It is on record that the Eala members with the disability in second and fourth Eala was authorized to recruit a full-time employment employed ADs paid for by the EAC. It is, however, on record that the council backtracked on this during its subsequent meetings since 2018, and instead declared that it first had to promulgate a policy on facilitation of members and staff with disabilities before granting such appointment. It is now over 6 years without any positive feedback and conclusion of this very important instrument. Suffice to note is that national MPs and even local government councils and other leaders have ADs paid for by respective countries. Could the chairperson of council inform this August House why the EAC Council of Ministers backtracked on its earlier mandate on facilitating persons with disabilities with ADs whose salaries are paid for by the community? B, inform this August House why there is a stagnation with the policy on facilitating members with disabilities, even after being given the refined draft policy was back in 2018. C, inform this August House when the council will issue contract to ADs to persons with disabilities and whether such contract will cover the period of 2018 to present so that the concerned ADs are granted their salary arrears through a supplementary budget. I beg to ask.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The policy of accommodation of persons with disability working for East African community has been developed and presented to the Council of Ministers. The meeting considered the policy and referred it to the Sectoral Council of Legal and Judicial Affairs for legal inputs. The Sectoral Council reviewed the policy and recommended to the Council to direct the Secretariat to convene a meeting of human resource experts, occupational health and safety experts, and the legal experts to review the draft policy on accommodation of staff with disabilities, taking into account the legal and the policy frameworks of partner states on establishing disability and anchoring the rights and obligations of persons with disability in the East Africa staff rules and regulation. Mr. Speaker, sir, currently the heads are administratively being taken care of by the East African Legislative Assembly. However, once the policy is approved, the employment contract will be issued. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Mover, do you have supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask, by any chance, will there be a policy that stops a staff who has been working for 6 years to be not paid? Since the policy, they have been working with the policy since 2018 and up to now.
Thank you. Honorable Sankok.
I have a supplementary question.
Then the minister, you will have to respond.
To the Honorable Minister. And thank you for that answer. But then, East African Legislative Assembly have been facilitating our personal aids in terms of going with us wherever we go, and they pay allowances and air tickets. And I wonder, how do you pay a stranger air ticket and even per diem, yet this stranger is not working with you? What is the policy that allows you to facilitate somebody that is not working with you? Honorable Speaker, I think the Speaker should the Honorable CS, the Honorable Minister, should give us an answer, straight answer, that our personal assistant should be on contract equivalent to the contract that members of parliament go through. National assemblies do that in our respective countries. If you are paying somebody allowances, that person is working with you. That is why you can facilitate in whichever meeting that they are going to. So I think we require an adequate answer and a straightforward answer.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Sirand.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister Penina, who is ably stepped in for the chair. But I have a supplementary question. In the reference, she has said that they referred this policy to a sector council. And the information we have is that this is a sector council that seems to be very busy than even the president. You can imagine that you have ministers that in their way of working, they are more busy than the president. In fact, the summit is more easier to convene than this sector council specifically dealing with issues of legal. How do you assure us that this council will be in position to sit? Because a lot of things that we require, that even require issues of amendment, are seated with this same sector council. And it is very busy to even create time to respond to all of these issues. Don't you think, maybe how will you whip this council to make sure that they sit? Because according to what we see is that it's just maybe this is just a speed governor so that we just manage to drive in a controlled speed. And to me, I think this is not going to help us arrive where we want to go, because a lot of issues are seated in this specific sector council. I require a response on how the council will whip this sector council that is in a hierarchy under you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, being one of the Eala 4 members, the same answers we have been given, because I've been a commissioner and we have been really asking every time and then for the ADs of our colleagues to be really treated well and get the contract. And we've been getting the same answers, including even one of our members who is late now is not here. I'm not sure even if his AD has gotten what he deserves. So really we need an immediate answer so that we don't be repeating ourselves as a house. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to respond to the questions, the first questions, whether there is a policy on this matter to address the personal heads who have been working. I want to believe that I've just pointed out that the policy has already been reviewed by the Council of Ministers, and it has now been given to experts who are going to finalize on the process. And the Secretariat has been given a timeline within this year so that they can fast track and we get the policy recommendations from the experts earliest this year so that we can progress. On the matter of paying the heads who have already been working, these experts who are meeting are going to relook into that, because at the enforcement of the policy, by the time it will be through, it means then there's a lapse period, and therefore they are going to guide on this matter, because the team of experts, also we have the legal persons who are in that committee, and therefore they are going to advise on the way forward for those who have been working. And yes, I agree that of course working with a stranger is not very accommodated. And therefore the council of the experts are also going to evaluate and check with other partner states and other communities what has been the practice so that they can guide in the right way for us to recommend. We also have a planned meeting to the last question that the council has been very busy than even the presidents. I want to comment that in this particular matter and agenda, the council already met and reviewed the policy and has already been forwarded to the team of experts. But I also want to comment that we have a planned meeting that is scheduled to take place from 26th to 29th March this month. And one of the agenda is actually to fast track on some of the agenda that are pending with the council and also review review our meeting schedules, because we've realized indeed, as you've mentioned, the council are very busy. But this is our responsibility, and therefore we're meeting to make sure that the new team of ministers are committed to meeting frequently so that we can move this important community agenda ahead. Thank you. I submit.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
We have procedure
yes,
from Dr. Makame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on procedure on Rule 47. And Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the Secretariat tomorrow, there is a meeting for preparation of the retreat of the ministers responsible for EAC affairs and ministers for foreign affairs. And this meeting is going to be chaired by the outgoing Secretary General. Now, Mr. Speaker, now we'd like the CTC to give us information on this, whether the outgoing Secretary General should be the one chairing for that one, or should be another person in the Deputy Secretary Generals who will be acting in that position to assist and to act as in the position of Secretary General until the new Secretary General resumes office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. Speaker, supplementary.
No, I had Honorable Gideon.
The same matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable. There is relative to the question that was asked by my brother Makame, but he came through procedure that he can injunct my question. But the Honorable Minister has mentioned that planned council retreat that will take place in Zanzibar. And this retreat was actually, the communication for that retreat that was done on the 5th of March was done by the former Secretary General. So we would like to know what are the plans for the council to address that gap. We are informed that there was no gap, but surely the nominated SG has not been appointed yet by the summit, but the outgoing SG is in a situation that we need to be clarified by the council. So who is going to take charge of that meeting? Thank you.
Further information related, Speaker, if you can allow me to the same question. Can I come in? Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a serious supplementary question that really from here, the council should immediately put up a measure, because this is the person who has a signature of the treasury. And you see, is moving all over the countries. Where does he get his resources? In other jurisdiction, the first class one, the moment you are withdrawn by appointment, you step aside. But now we are worried if a man can defy and go to court, to accuse the person who appointed him and his access to the resources of the community, he can replenish the whole treasury. By the time you come to get him out of office, you find there is nothing. So we need to be assured, and even in the public domain, to know what measures are immediate, that even those in accessing those resources where he has a signatory has been stopped.
Information.
Clarification.
Honorable members.
Want to give information to the speaking, to my colleague.
Sit down first. Have your seat. Have your seat. The question that has been asked has been moved by Honorable Bahati. It is about person with disabilities. Where are you taking us to? Where are you taking us to? I am inviting the minister, Honorable Minister, respond to those, to the question.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
The minister,
It's a procedure,
I have
it's a
ruled.
procedural matter, right on.
I have ruled. But if it's about procedure, please remain focused on the procedural matter we have.
Thank you, Rattle Speaker. You are the custodian of these rules, Rattle Speaker. And this procedural matter, I'm raising it in line with what you are guiding. It is true that the minister is answering questions that were raised by the Honorable Bahati, but the Honorable Makame raised on a point on a procedure matter on Rule 47 of our rules of procedure. And this rule is about interruption of debates and members' speech, right, or speaker. And this one says debate may be interrupted, A, by a point of order being raised. And then B, by a matter of privilege suddenly arising. So, right, or speaker, we are proceeding very well, even with these questions that have been asked, because this is, when you look at Rule 47, sub-rule B, by a matter of privilege suddenly arising. Right, Speaker, the House is supposed to oversight the activities of this community. And where we are seeing problems that in terms of a gap, in terms of administration of the community, now that the Secretary General was withdrawn, the council is here. This is a matter which is very, very important for the council, the council member who is sitting in for the chair of council, to inform this House and the people of East Africa what measures they have put in place to ensure that there is no gap at the community and that the resources of the community are safe. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Further procedure, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Blacks and Honorable James. Quickly.
Honorable Speaker.
We start by Honorable Blacks.
Oh,
yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedure point I'm raising on is whether the minister, the council ministers, I think the right procedure would be the council of ministers to tell us a definite time when they are planning to urgently invite the extraordinary summit to expedite on the process of putting the new SG. Then these questions will not be arising. That is the question that, for me, procedure right would be, the council would be telling us modalities on one degree. But for now, what are they doing to stop the process of that? Because there are issues of audit that we have put in this House. And, you know, you know, you rightly, Right Honorable Speaker, asked that the committee will be looking at that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the modalities that the council ministers will be telling us is what they're planning to do, and then the timeline on when they will put the new SG in the office, because he's been appointed.
Honorable Speaker, I'm equally raising on a point, on a procedural point of order. Under Rule 47D, I beg your attention to read it. D, a point of information, clarification, or elucidation being raised. Honorable Speaker, I was following on the submissions made by my brother, Honorable Kakoza, on whether somebody who is out of office might actually mismanage accounts. And I bring to your attention, Honorable Speaker, that on a situation, on an issue of peace fund, there is a point that was raised in audit report by the commission, that somebody actually opened an account without the blessing of the council. How sure are we as a parliament that this specific person might not also have an ability to withdraw funding from the account he opened on his own wish? Honorable Speaker, we beg for an immediate action by the council to protect this community, small funds that are coming from the poor wananchi of the East African contribution to the community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The minister should respond first to the question put by Honorable Bahati, and then she will respond to this. Yes, to this. Yes, after the questions, yes, you respond to this. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to assure the House that the Council is working hard on the process and the procedure that should be followed after a pronouncement by a sitting country, and more so by the head of the state. And therefore, there will be a meeting this afternoon, which I'm proceeding to, so that we can quickly work on the procedures and the process, because this is really a process. You cannot just be mentioned. And actually, I want to state clearly, because I've just relooked at the pronouncements as a nomination, and it will be going through a procedure. And therefore, I want also to note to this Honorable House that also the communication that is referred to as a meeting of the retreat for the Council of Ministers came earlier before the pronouncement was made. And even so, I want also to believe in the acquainting of ourselves with the procedure and the process. We noted that there are also Deputy Secretary General in office. And therefore, as it is in any other office, it's expected that there's no vacuum in such. But even so, the SG, in the fear that the House feels that he may withdraw and empty all our accounts, the SG is not a signatory to any account. And I want to assure the Honorable House that I don't think he'll go to that extent, even knowing that there are procedures and laws and organs that have already been instituted to follow on such, even when he attempts. And therefore, I want to believe that we are safe, and the council and the summit also is at his feet working on that, because one of the procedures is that upon pronouncement, then of course the head of the state has to reach this, the chair of the summit, so that the chair of the summit calls a special summit immediately for the consideration. Thank you. I submit.
We have, but on the question of Bahati, have you?
Honorable Speaker. You know, this question, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
have been mixed.
we had Honorable Kim Guy who was raising there.
Yes, oh, I wanted to raise procedure.
Honorable Kim Guy was there before.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this treaty, when I'm looking on it, sometimes it's misleading community also. Because if you look for Article 26 of the treaty, the removal from the office of the temporary members of the court, and the same time also Article 52, 10 office of elected members of Eala, and Article 53 also the removal of the speaker. And when you come to Article 67 of the treaty, the office of the Secretary General, there are no any provision that provide for the tenure or removal of the Secretary General. And I think this issue that the Council of Ministers should take, that when they are amending the treaty, the issue of removal of the Secretary General, wherever have a 5 years or 2 years or 3 years, in this case, the tenure should be very clear in this treaty, like the office of the Court of Justice, like the elected members of the Eala, like another office in this treaty. So I think, Honorable Chair of the Council, that this issue of the Secretary General should be the tenure of it, whether 1 year or 2 years, or is in full office for 5 years, there the room that it can be removed or it can be recalled, like the case happened now in this office of Secretary General. So the 10 office of the Secretary General should be amended in the treaty and should be very clear. Other issue, right now, the Speaker, regarding to the
information.
We had Honorable Sankok who had.
I am
have you finished?
Not yet.
Sankok.
Okay. I want to inform the current speaking.
Okay. Do take his information.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to inform the Mr. Honorable Kim was speaking that the SG has not been removed, but has been recalled and given another assignment of higher. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you.
Right, Speaker, I think you're misleading me, because the office of Secretary General is 5 years, and he have been recalled. Whether being be removed or be recalled, reassignment is not our issue. So, right, Speaker, in the case of the Honorable Alex Bahati, and I think we have been struggling for last in L4 that the people with disability, and I think now even me, I'm fearing also I can break my leg at a time.
Are you asking a question?
And join.
If you have a question,
yes, that's a question. Yeah, right on, Speaker. My question is to the chair of the council, that we have been talking in this issue of the budgeting for the VA of the people who live with disabilities. And every time we talk to the council, they're advising us that we are going to bring it. Please, council, you are going to retreat. You are going to have a meeting in the April for this financial year, 2024, 2025, please. When we are going to consider this financial year, we don't want to listen again that there are no any budget for VA or people living with disability in this community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sankok.
Honorable Speaker, there. Yes, I think almost it was overtaken by event, because what I wanted was these things have been mixed. We had a question from Bahati. We did not dispense with it. We brought the issue of Secretary General. And if my memory served me well, the way it have always served me, the Secretary General is not a person with disability. So we should have finished up
Honorable
this
Sanko, you ask a question only.
Yes.
You don't have to give appreciation on this. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Ask it.
Honorable Council Minister, when will our personal aides be permanently employed and paid for their arrears? Now that you are having a retreat in, is it Zanzibar or wherever you have a retreat? Please, in that retreat, I don't care who will be the deputy SG, who will be chairing, but are we being paid from that time? Thank you.
Honorable Minister. And then we go to the next item.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think there have been a mix of issues here because I had already answered all the questions. And probably just to repeat is that we had already said that we considered. Thank you. I submit.
The last agenda, the last question under the same agenda item, priority question for our answer under Roman 4, under Roman 5, sorry.
Honorable Dr. Shogo Mlozi, ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My priority question reference Eala stroke PQ stroke or A stroke 5 stroke 6 stroke 2024 is on gender mainstreaming. Article 5 of the Treaty for Establishment of the East African Community provides that the partner states will mainstream gender in all its endeavors and enhance women, cultural, social, political, economic, and technological development. Also, Article 121 obligates partner states to undertake effective programs in the economic and social development spheres aimed at emancipating women issues. Further, Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063 compel an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children. And Goal 17 that obligates full gender equality in all spheres of life. Furthermore, Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals obligates countries to achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. This notion is further amplified by the theme of International Women's Day 2024, which tasked countries to invest in women and accelerate progress. Arising from that, could the chairperson of the Council of Ministers provide the following information to this August House? When will the Council, A, establish a full-fledged gender unit dedicated to promote gender equality and inclusion for EAC as an institution? B, start allocating a budget for gender mainstreaming initiatives to ensure equitable resource distribution and policy implementation. And C, provide a timeline for presenting before the House a roadmap of ensuring that there's an equal representation of East African women in the political, leadership, and other managerial roles. Thank you.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on procedure rule 47. And just to provide an information as per the treaty to guide this discussion here, Mr. Speaker, in the treaty, Article 1 in the treaty, except where the context otherwise requires, and then we go to definition of gender on page 7. It says gender means the role of women and men in society. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to provide that information as per this treaty so that when we are defining gender in EAC, we have to just note that the treaty, that's what the treaty says. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. The 5th meeting of the Sectoral Council for Gender, Youth, Children, and Social Protection, as well as Community Development, was held on 19th to 23rd June 2023 in Bujumbura, Burundi. They considered the proposal on strengthening the human resource capacity of the gender and community development and recommended the 44th meeting of the Council of Ministers to consider the request for additional staff made by the sector in their decision number 4. The 44th meeting of the Council of Ministers considered this matter and directed the East Africa Community Secretariat to convene a retreat of permanent principal and the secretaries to convene a retreat to consider the matters concerning the East Africa institutional review. The ministers are also expected to meet by end of March 2024 and address human resource issues, among others. On when to start allocating a budget for gender mainstreaming initiatives to ensure equitable resource distribution and policy implementation, Honorable Speaker, sir, the 5th meeting of the Sectoral Council of Gender, Youth, Children, Social Protection, and Community Development, which was held on 19th to 23rd June 2023 in Bujumbura, Burundi, considered the matter and recommended the Council of Ministers to A, allocate a minimum budget of $240 US dollars, that's translating to 0.4% of the East Africa Community budget from partner states funding to facilitate the coordination of the implementation of the policy initiatives under the sector in their decision number 2. And B, direct the Finance and Administration Committee to conduct a gender analysis of budget proposals prior to their approval in their directive number 13. And C, direct the East Africa Community to institutionalize a gender and equity compliance assessment on the budget in their directive number 14. And D, to urge Eala to demand for gender and equality compliance certificates before approval of the budget in their decision number 3. And E, to direct the East Africa Secretariat and partner states to conduct training and capacity building to key actors, that is parliamentarians, civil servants, civil society, and private sector on gender responsive budgeting in their directive number 15. In response to the above recommendations, the Finance and Administration Committee has allocated $240 US dollars as requested by the sector with the $120 US dollar specifically dedicated to supporting gender mainstreaming initiatives in East Africa Community. And Roman 2, the Finance and Administration Committee is in discussion with the Gender and Community Development to develop the tools and modalities of conducting gender analysis of budget proposals by the respective East Africa community organs and institutions, and to institutionalize a gender and equality compliance assessment on the budget. And Roman 3, the East African Community Secretariat has in financial year 2024-2025 budgeted for training and capacity building of key stakeholders, that is the parliamentarians, civil servants, civil society, and private sector on gender responsive budgeting. The East Africa Community Secretariat will continue to engage Eala on establishing the modalities of issuance of gender and equality compliance certificates before approval of the budget. On providing a timeline for presentation before the House, a roadmap of ensuring that there is equal representation of East African women in the political leadership and other managerial roles. Honorable Speaker, sir, the East African Community Secretariat.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Procedure. Honorable Speaker, I'm moving point of procedure on Rule 11.
11?
Yes.
Fine. Okay, yes, move it.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our rule of procedure is very clear for the sitting house. While I've seen our share of the council chair and floor, I'm requesting the honorable member that we have to extend for 15 minutes. I beg to move to conclude what she are reading on the floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Which rule?
I said 15 minutes to conclude what she are reading.
Is it a motion?
30 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Let's take 30 minutes, maybe. 30 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I am the one moving the motion, and the motion is that the minister to conclude what she are reading, and then you can decide and guide the House.
So do you have seconders?
Yes.
Honorable Sankok? Yes. And Honorable Bahati? And Sadia? Honorable Minister, have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was in my last paragraph.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yeah.
Procedure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the motion has seconders, now it has to be, the question has to be put so that it is okayed. Put the question. Thank you.
I now put the question. Those who are in favor of the motion moved by Honorable Kimigai, say aye. Aye. Those in the contest say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was on a bar of which is the last question, providing a timeline for presentation before the House, a roadmap of ensuring that there is equal representation of East African women in the political leadership and other managerial roles. Honorable Speaker, sir, the East African Community Secretariat has so far conducted 2 participatory gender audits that highlighted the challenge of low political and managerial participation of women in the East Africa community. The Gender and Community Development Department is preparing a policy brief to present to the Secretarial Council on gender, youth, children, social protection, and community development, on the status of women empowerment and gender equality in the East African community. The policy will inform a timeline of ensuring that there is equal representation of East African women in the political leadership and other managerial roles. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. If the mover, Dr. Shogo, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Minister for very good answers. I know there is a department that takes care of gender, youth, and people with disability. However, it's understaffed and seriously underfunded. As a result, this department for a while has not been able to implement most of its planned activities. So I want to urge you with the Council of Ministers to prioritize the issue of gender and all its related aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Siranda and the Honorable Dr. Oda and the Clement, Honorable Mary, and they will close there. Honorable Siranda.
Right Honorable Speaker, the question of gender is not nowadays a matter of question of women, just like the Honorable Makame has put it. It's a question of all of us, and the question of welfare is a question of our children and the future. Right Honorable Speaker, as legislators, I want to ask the minister, when will we be, what is the timeline of starting the engagements with the legislators so that we are informed in terms of whatever laws that we pass within the community, because no information sometimes is no right to speak. If you don't have information, you have no right to speak. The question of gender is grown. The issues of gender, sexuality, and a lot of those aspects that are very important for us to start engaging, but also to involve the issue of the boy child. If we don't have a planning within the gender unit for men, then we are going to have men that are not going to be useful for the community. I think for me, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister will benefit from her if she tells us when are these timelines, but also in terms of the budgeting for the purposes of engaging Eala as an oversight body.
Honorable members, Dr. Wada and others, please put your questions instead of engaging in debate.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I will go straight to my question, and I will relate myself to question B, which was asked by Honorable Shogo about the women mainstreaming in political and leadership position. My question is that as women, and I speak on behalf of my other sisters, we always have attachment to us, either within us or we are carrying small babies with us. So the Honorable, Right Honorable Kadaga has promised this August House that there will be a facilities for women who have small babies, and also there are women our honorable members who were having nannies with them and they were not provided for by the assembly. So I'm asking this for the sake of our sisters who in the future will add population to this, to our East African community. What is the plan for them? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to add my voice to the question of Honorable Shogo. Mine will be short. And gender equal representation is a very big concern in Eala. If I'm not mistaken, all clerks and the deputy clerks are men. Honorable Minister, the Right Honorable Speaker, out of 6 committees, only one is chaired by a woman. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister when this situation will be addressed. I submit.
Yes, you have the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Honorable Siranda has preempted my question. But as a person who has worked as a gender expert at one time, I would like to ask this question to do with gender. The gender notion, Honorable Minister, came out of the realization of the imbalances that existed in society between men and women, girls and boys. I'll be quick. And also in recognition that in order to realize the much needed development, particularly among the less developed countries, and fight poverty, both men and women needed to participate equally to realize the development. Now, I am wondering, Honorable Minister, whether the Council has noticed that over time, particularly amongst the youth, the boy child is actually starting to lag behind in many ways. And if gender as a dialogue is to address imbalances, my realization, not only as a leader and legislator, as a parent, as a leader in the community, is to realize that even the schools, the girls are now performing better than boys. I'm now focusing your attention on the youth of the region. What is it that the council and EAC in general is preparing to do to make sure that we don't now switch the imbalance, particularly among the youth who are the future leaders of the community? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Did you put your question?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Minister, I had can you proceed, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the agenda of considering the children and also the boy child, the council is going to consider, and I want to mention that we've already made progress in the policy, and I want to believe that the discussion is actually changing, not only in East Africa community, but it's happening all over the world. And therefore, as the discussion changes, then we are going to consider that in the council. And also we need to also encourage the boy child and also get back to the reference where we began in our treaty. Because even looking at the questions, the framing is African woman, and the boy is not there. But I believe as the council, we are going to consider the reference because gender means both sex, is not only one sex. But the world today has implied it to mean women. And so I believe we have to go back to the roots and also to the interpretation given by our treaty so that we can consider that. And of course, on the question of men inclusion, I think as I have already pointed out that we've already given out the policy. The council has already considered, and the policy, as we've already given it to the sectoral council, will actually provide the timeline so that we can consider. On the question on the gender representation and women to chair, I believe is a matter of encouraging the women also to come out and consider these positions, but also streamlining proper rules and regulations so that they can actually see women ascend to these positions. On the matter of facilities, we've already given a secretariat this task so that they can provide these facilities within this year. So we'll be expecting this from the council because this is really overdue. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for responding to all of these questions. And we are reaching the end of this day. Do you have a communication?
Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm standing under Rule 47. 47B, and may I read that says, by a matter of privilege suddenly arising. Honorable Speaker, again, under Rule 90, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to build a precedent, a background to this issue, because this morning, there was a change of paper order, and in my order paper, sorry, because we're sent an order paper that explains how the business of the house will begin, but in the end, there was a bit of change. Of course, I'm not questioning your power as a speaker, that you have no power to change the order paper. But as a matter of fact, there was an issue that I personally, as a representative of the government, of the people of Tanzania in the House, was so much keen into, an issue of the report by the Committee on Agriculture on issues to do with GMO. Honorable Speaker, please guide us properly on this,
Honorable Speaker.
on this issue.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Me, I'm raising procedure on two matters. One, the motion that I've been moved in this house, that this house are passing, that the minister to conclude in own statement, and the minister is conclude. I
Yes.
think this is where now you can guide this house
Yes.
on the way for Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
But Honorable Speaker, this is the house under which we in a learning process as well. I was seeking for your guidance on issues to do with change of paper, order paper in the morning. And I'm just registering my reservations that on issue of GMO, please, I have reservations myself that East Africa has a huge land. Tanzania.
Procedure. Information.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Information.
Procedure.
Honorable members, Honorable James, we have debated this report and we have passed it. We will not go back on it. And it is time now for me, before I adjourn, to inform you that Eala women members, you are invited for an interactive meeting with the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya today at 2:30 p.m. You have secured your meeting with the First Lady alone.
Alone.
But please, when you'll be there, remember her that we are there also.
Right, Honorable.
Maybe next time.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Maina.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to seek clarification from the Women Caucus, whether they are inviting the friends to the caucus so that we can come in. But Right, Honorable Speaker, before you adjourn, we adjourn the House. In the interest of what you have just communicated, I wanted the Council of Ministers to answer a certain question I had in regard to women.
Not now.
Okay.
Not now.
Okay.
Not now, next time.
Okay.
You raise that issue.
Thank you.
So you are invited, and your departure point shall be Bunge Towers at 2:15 p.m. And we have also Honorable Kanini Kega, who invited us, and Honorable Zipporah for Kanini Kega, it's for tomorrow, and Honorable Zipporah, it's for Sunday. I had to make my choice. You understand, I had to go to respond to Honorable Zipporah as a woman. With that, we have also, for those who were not there this morning when we started this meeting, we have also our What is her name? Not a governor. Who? Bella. Bella, who is waiting for the members. Thank you. With this, I adjourn this house on Tuesday, 19th March 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.